Chapter 3681. Hehe, I naturally heard it from a senior who has a relationship with me, and it's true. If fellow Daoist wants to hear it, I can break it down for fellow Daoist. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, this Xiao likes to listen to other people's stories the most. Fairy, quickly tell me. Bah! How improper. Fairy Jing's face was slightly red. After lightly spitting at Xiao Hua, she lightly opened her red lips and spoke tirelessly. At this moment, the stars were shining, the crescent moon was like a hook, the distant mountains were faintly discernible, and the clothes were fluttering near the water. The sound of wind whistling entered his ears, the sound of pine trees rustling in his heart, and the fairy was softly telling stories of the past. In the night, Xiao Hua was clearly somewhat intoxicated. In the past, Xiao Hua didn't feel that the hidden immortal continent was very big, especially since each small country was only a few hundred to 1,000 li. It was much smaller than a city in the Dawn Rain continent. However, after coming to the Yarutai mountain to participate in the Yarutai conference, he realized that he was still wrong. Although the countries of the hidden immortal continent were small, there were many countries, and the entire continent might not be small. And under Fairy Jing's guidance, this time, he flew to the single Liang country. Even with the speed of a Pegasus, it actually took him half a month to fly. This made Xiao Hua understand that the hidden immortal continent was also a huge monster, far from what he had thought before. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Seeing the scenery in front of them change, the mountains began to gradually lower, the water began to surge, and small streams separated from the big river, turning the fertile land on the ground into pieces. Fairy Jing stood up and said, 300 li ahead should be the border of the single Liang country. Oh! Fairy Jing's divine sense can actually see 300 li ahead. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, seems like you also have a cultivation secret technique. You know all of my remaining secrets. Fairy Jing said with a smile, it's not a secret technique, just a kind of talent. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. This Xiao has racked his brains to find secret techniques and treasures, but I can't compare to you. You're already so powerful from the start. TSK. Fairy Jing curled her lips even more. Don't talk about cultivation. You're someone who has a chance to be on the Xian ranking. How can an ordinary person like me compare to you? Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and looked up. He saw that below him was a water village with little lakes all over. Paddy fields were either in the wilderness or on the hillside. Occasionally, there were terraced fields that Xiao Hua was familiar with. It was as if ripples were spreading all over the foothills. In the mountains and on the terraced fields, there were villagers working. Under the shade of the trees, by the river, there were laughing children. In the ravines and on the lakes, there were small boats either casting nets or drifting. It was a picture of a land of plenty. There were also melodious songs that sounded like the cries of orioles coming from the boat from time to time. While they spread across the land, there was also a sonorous voice that sounded like a lion's roar coming from the shore. It resonated with the woman's voice, adding a bit of vitality to the beautiful scenery. Not bad. Fairy Jing was in the air and couldn't help but praise. Let's not talk about the monarch of the Chanyang country. Just the simple customs of the people and their rich lives are enough to make this concubine have a whole new level of respect for Xiao Junham. Xiao Hua smiled and said, moreover, this place is so far away from the Yarutai mountain. As the monarch of a country, Xiao Jun is actually so far away from the capital. He's not afraid of chaos in the country. It's commendable that the monarch can do this. Do you still want to look deeper? Fairy Jing asked with a smile. There shouldn't be any need. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, but since we're here and the scenery is so beautiful, why not stop for half a day? Good. Fairy Jing was also happy. She pointed at the Pegasus and flying chariot and said with a smile, since that's the case, why don't fellow Daoist put away the Pegasus and flying chariot? We'll go in disguise. As you wish. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. This was a good show that he was good at. However, after Xiao Hua put away the flying chariot, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed a kind of surprise. Fairy Jing sensed it and hurriedly looked over. She saw a small mountain in the distance. The mountain was covered with terraced fields. The terraced fields were filled with water, shining brightly and somewhat dazzlingly. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. However, there were many people farming in the terraced fields. There was nothing strange about the hardworking situation. However, these people were all bald. Although they were wearing monk robes, the robes weren't very clean. Some were stained with mud and some were filthy. Many of the monks farming looked tired. Their monk robes were loose, and they were actually lying down under the shade of the trees to rest. How could they look like senior monks? Hey, it's a bit strange. Fairy Jing said with a smile. The Buddhist disciples this concubine knows all hold alms bowls in their hands and go around begging alms. Each of them has a noble and virtuous face and looks like an otherworldly expert. Why are the monks here so vulgar and want to farm by themselves? I'll go down and take a look. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face, looking very interested. When the two descended from the sky, their appearances hadn't changed, but their clothes had been changed. Xiao Hua was wearing Confucian robes and holding a folding fan in his hand, looking like an elegant young master. Fairy Jing had changed into ordinary clothes. However, since she hadn't changed her appearance, her beauty was still far beyond that of ordinary people. The two walked along the road for a while, but all the people on the road, whether they were in a carriage or walking, couldn't help but look at Fairy Jing. Many people even drooled. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and transmitted, "Fairy Jing, why don't you change your appearance a bit? If you go and look like this, why would we need to descend from the sky?" Hee hee. Fairy Jing covered her mouth and laughed. She followed Xiao Hua into the nearby forest. When she appeared in the distance, her appearance had become ordinary. That's more like it. Xiao Hua smiled and narrowed his eyes at the terraced fields in the distance. He quickly walked over and saw an old monk sitting on the ground resting. He walked forward and cupped his hands, Amitabha. "Grandmaster, please." "Ayo, I don't dare, I don't dare." When the old monk heard Xiao Hua call him Grandmaster, he hurriedly got up from the ground and put his palms together. "This old man is just an ordinary monk. I don't deserve to be called Grandmaster. If young master doesn't mind, you can call this poor monk Chong Hong." "Oh, Master Chong Hong." When Xiao Hua heard the old monk's name, he knew that although the old monk wasn't young, his seniority was really low. He didn't hold back and called him master. "Benefactor is too polite. Calling me old monk is enough." At this moment, the old monk seemed to realize that he should call this young master benefactor. However, when he heard Xiao Hua call him master, the old monk was very happy. His face was flushed red. Xiao Hua smiled. "Master Chong Hong is too stubborn. Whether it's a master or a monk, isn't Chong Hong a monk? What other changes can there be?" Xiao Hua's words were very Buddhist. If it was a senior monk, he would definitely secretly nod. Maybe he would have to salute again. Unfortunately, Chong Hong scratched his head and said with a smile, "Young benefactor, this old man has just shaved his head half a year ago. My Buddhist Dharma, to tell you the truth, this old man really doesn't understand. If you have any business, you can go to Chenghui Temple on the mountain." "Oh, if young benefactor doesn't know the way, this old man can take benefactor there." "No need." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I was just passing by and saw that the people were simple and honest. Especially an old monk like Master Chong Hong, who was actually working in the fields. I was quite surprised, so I stopped to ask. This old man has been working in the fields all my life. If I don't work, what do I eat?" Chong Hong scratched his head and smiled. This old man doesn't know what's so strange about this. Come. Xiao Hua pulled Chong Hong and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk. I'm afraid you're tired, so there's no need to stand." Saying this, Xiao Hua looked at the stone next to him and sat down. Where was the bearing of a nascent soul master? "You're a good young master." Chong Hong saw that Xiao Hua's sitting posture was very familiar. He smiled and said to Fairy Jing behind Xiao Hua, "Young miss is very lucky. This young master who doesn't put on airs must be a good person at home. He won't make young miss angry." Fairy Jing was much older than Chong Hong. Hearing the old monk's words, her face flushed red. Her eyes couldn't help but fiercely glare at Xiao Hua. She looked around and frowned. How could the ground next to the paddy field be clean? Fairy Jing couldn't sit down casually. Hehe, young master is also a lucky person. After Chong Hong praised Fairy Jing, he didn't forget to praise Xiao Hua. Young miss is from a big family. You have good upbringing. Although you haven't been to the countryside, you're willing to stay by the side for young master. In the future, young master's family will definitely be very harmonious. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. He knew that the old monk was talking about the table. He cupped his hands and said, "Old master, sit down. Let's chat casually." "All right." The old monk Chong Hong sat down and reached for something at his waist. Unfortunately, it was empty. He smacked his lips and said, "Sigh, everything is good about being a monk. There's food and drink, and there's work to do. It's a pity that there are more rules. This old man has smoked tobacco for God knows how many years, and now I have to quit." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Since you can't quit, then don't. Why make things difficult for yourself? That won't do." Old monk Chong Hong hurriedly waved his hand. "Since this old man entered Buddhism, I have to abide by the commandments of Buddhism. This old man can't lose face for my Buddhism." Then the old monk looked at Xiao Hua with vigilance. "Young master, are you testing this old man?" "Hehe, monks should call themselves poor monks. Young master should also be called benefactor." Xiao Hua replied with a smile. "That's different." The old monk proudly waved his hand and said, "That won't do. Just like a senior monk." -13. Chapter 3682. The old monk proudly said, "This old man's master said that the title is a mark. No matter what the title is, it's fine as long as others know it. Even if it's Buddha, this old man should praise Amitabha. It's normal for this old man to call him Buddha. At the very least, this old man doesn't open his mouth. It's not wrong for this old man to say it in his heart, but the precepts of Buddhism are that this old monk is fundamentally different from the old farmer. Only by abiding by these rules can this old man be a monk. Otherwise, this old man isn't a monk. Namo Mettria Buddha." Xiao Hua couldn't help but recite the name of Buddha. He nodded and said, "Old master is right. This young man is a bit stubborn." "Oh." The old monk naturally couldn't hear the difference, but Fairy Jing was a bit stunned. She looked at Xiao Hua strangely. She had never heard the name of Namo Mettria Buddha before. "Young master, what do you want to ask?" The old monk regretfully raised his finger and sniffed deeply a few times. He lifted his hand and pulled out a few blades of grass from the ground. While speaking, he put the roots in front of his yellowed teeth and chewed. Strands of grass-green juice seeped out from the roots, emitting a wave of fragrance. Xiao Hua looked at the old monk's somewhat familiar actions and said with a smile, "This young man has been to many places and seen many monks. Those monks are different from old master. They wear clean monk robes and kasayas. They hold wooden fish and prayer beads. The most important thing is that they hold bags. They don't farm. They beg alms every day and ask people to give them alms. So when I saw old master, this young man felt very strange. Could it be that the monks of Danliang are different from other places?" The old monk scratched his head and said with a bitter smile, "Young master, you've stumped this old man." In the past, this old man had never seen any monks. Later, Chenghui Temple appeared in Centipede Ridge and then there were monks in Chenghui Temple. Since the day this old man saw monks, monks have to farm. This old man has never seen a monk who doesn't work. This old man can't answer you. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Master Chonghong, it's fine if you don't know. In a while, this young man will pay a visit to Chenghui Temple's abbot and ask. Then can master tell this young man why you didn't live a good life and insist on becoming a monk? Why are we having such peaceful days?" The old monk Chonghong blinked his eyes, looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Little Gongzi, which eyes of yours saw that this old man was living a good life before? What's wrong with me becoming a monk?" Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's still my fault. I've always felt that monks who leave home in the temple are all lonely lamps and shadows. It's very boring. Chanting sutras every day is tiring, and there are so many rules and precepts. How can it compare to being outside the temple? Haha, That's what the young master and young lady think. The old monk Chong Hong said with a smile, young master has a wife to warm his bed. Naturally, he doesn't need to become a monk. But I'm different. Fairy Jing couldn't help but blush and lower her head. She really didn't understand why Xiao Hua was so interested in such a vulgar old farmer. Chong Hong then explained the reason why he wanted to become a monk. The old monk's experience could be considered complicated. When he was young, he was considered a good laborer in the village. However, his family was poor and he couldn't find a wife. Later on, a woman from another country who fled to the Chaoliang country passed by and stayed in his home. However, later on, there was war at the border of the Chaoliang country. This area became the territory of another country. The people in the village were either killed or fled. The old monk's family was separated during the flight. When the old monk returned, everything had changed. In order to wait for his lost family, the old monk stayed in the village. His family didn't come, but time came. Although the old monk could farm and make a living, it wasn't easy to live alone. If he married again, he would be too old and wouldn't be easy to find. Helpless, the old monk found the Chenghui temple in Centipede Ridge and donated his paddy field to the temple. He even shaved his head and became a monk. Every day, he ate and drank in the temple and farmed the temple's fields. His daily life was taken care of by the young monks of the temple. It was much better than before. Hearing Chong Hong's words, Xiao Hua frowned. It wasn't right to say that the Chenghui temple took over the village's fields and turned it into their private property. After all, Chong Hong volunteered. Moreover, Chong Hong said very clearly that there were many other old monks who were in a similar situation. These old monks all volunteered to donate their fields to the temple. Chong Hong and the other old monks were not able to grow all of these crops by themselves, but there were strong and healthy young monks in the temple. Usually, these old monks could not eat meat or fish, but they did not lack any other vegetables. They even had some silver and copper coins distributed to them. Not only that, there were monks in the Chenghui temple urging Chong Hong and the other old monks to chant sutras every day. Even if these old monks couldn't read, the monks would recite the sutras line by line and let these old monks chant along. The monks' usual homework was also necessary. Of course, the time for this homework might be much less than in ordinary temples. When Xiao Hua heard the old monk Chong Hong talk about Chenghui temple, not only were there old monks like them, there were also some orphans who had been acolytes since they were young. Normally, the poor people around Centipede Ridge and those who had difficulties would come to Chenghui temple to find a monk to solve their problems. Xiao Hua couldn't help but turn to look at Fairy Jing and whisper, the old are taken care of, the young are taught, the poor have support, the widows, lonely, and disabled are all taken care of. Although Fairy Jing wasn't a Confucian cultivator, she was in charge of a country and had heard of this. She nodded slightly, you're right. The state teacher of the single Liang country isn't simple. Yes, after hearing Master Chong Hong's words, I have an urge to meet this Buddhist state teacher. Xiao Hua said with a smile. He then asked old monk Chong Hong, Old master, do you know Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian. The old monk was stunned and shook his head slightly. Which village is he from? Haha, Xiao Jian isn't a young man. He's the previous king of your single Liang country. Xiao Hua smiled and explained, do you know this person? So the person who gave birth to a son without a dick is called Xiao Jian. Chong Hong gnashed his teeth and shouted, of course I know this person. If this person didn't lose a cockfight, how could my village be seized by the neighboring country? If the neighboring country's soldiers didn't come, how could my home be gone? So this damn son of a bitch is called Xiao Jian. He's really despicable. Damn it. I can't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Namo Metria Buddha. Xiao Hua hurriedly said, Master, you've broken too many rules today. Be careful not to anger Buddha. Even if Buddha is angry, I'll still scold him. When the old monk Chong Hong heard this, he was furious. My Dan Liang country used to be so good. When I was young, the whole village and the surrounding villages were very good. But because of this bastard who gave birth to a son without a dick, the villages around Centipede Ridge were ruined. Sigh, if it wasn't for the monks of Chenghui Temple, I don't know what would happen now. Oh. Hearing that, Xiao Hua's heart moved and he suddenly asked, "Then master, do you know who the king of Single Liang country is now?" "I don't care who it is." Chong Hong waved his hand angrily and said, "They beat me and I beat you. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to live my life." "Haha, then there haven't been any wars in the past 10 years, right?" Xiao Hua asked again. "Of course not." Chong Hong smiled and said, "With Buddha in my Single Liang country, how could there be wars?" "That makes sense." Xiao Hua smiled and stood up, saying, "Master Chong Hong, do you have time to bring me to visit the abbot of Chenghui Temple?" Of course, of course." Chong Hong hurriedly stood up and raised his right hand habitually to knock on the stone below him. Unfortunately, he knocked on empty air this time. The old monk was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Sigh, it's a habit of many years. It's not easy to change. But Master said it well, as long as you have Buddha in your heart, all habits can be changed." "Probably. Of course, it's also because of Buddha's blessings." Xiao Hua replied with a smile. "Let's go, young master, please follow me to Centipede Ridge. The abbot of Chenghui Temple likes knowledgeable people the most. I remember that many scholars came to the temple in the past." Although the old monk, Chong Hong, was not young, he walked as if he was flying. He walked very quickly on the mountain path, talking as he walked. Although Centipede Ridge was called a mountain, it should be called a ridge. It wasn't high, but the ridge was quite big and extended for a long time. It was like a centipede with many hillsides. In addition to the common trees on Centipede Ridge, there were also many fruit trees. These fruit trees formed a forest. Where there were no fruit trees, sometimes there were melon gardens, sometimes there were wheat fields, and occasionally there were rows of bean sprouts. There were also some monks in these places. Some were old, some were young, and some were guarded by bald novice monks. These monks, like Chong Hong, all had smiles on their faces. Perhaps they couldn't say Amitabha, or perhaps they didn't have clean monk robes, but when they saw Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing, they all put their palms together and smiled as they saluted, making Xiao Hua happy. Chong Hong. Not far away, there was an enormous temple that covered the entire mountain ridge. Large and small monks' residences were covered in green cypress trees. A somewhat rough voice came from the mountain path. "Why didn't you work in the fields and come back? Are you hungry?" Xiao Hua raised his head and looked over. He saw a thin and small middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white monk robe. The robe looked extremely shabby, but the shabbiness of the monk's robe paled in comparison to the monk's distressed expression. "Master." Chong Hong saw this person and immediately stopped. He put his palms together and said respectfully, "Disciple was just working in the fields and happened to meet these two benefactors looking for Chenghui Temple. Disciple was afraid that they would find the wrong place, so I brought them here." -13. Chapter 3683. Ian, I know. You can go. When the middle-aged monk heard this, he said lightly. Then, he took out a fist-sized fruit from a bamboo basket and handed it to Chong Hong. "This is what this penniless monk picked up from the ground. Take it to fill your stomach first. It's still early, so bear with it if you're hungry." "Thank you, master." Chong Hong spoke respectfully. After receiving the fruit and bowing, he smiled at Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing before turning around and leaving. This poor monk Jian Dong greets the two benefactors. Jian Dong's tone began to sound like that of an ordinary monk. Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing cupped their hands casually as a greeting. Xiao Hua looked at the bamboo basket in Jian Dong's hand and smiled. "What is master doing? Aren't you chanting in the temple? Why are you strolling around with a bamboo basket in your hand?" Fairy Jing was a bit confused. Xiao Hua had clearly asked Chong Hong this question. She didn't know why he would ask again for no reason. Jian Dong put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Amitabha. If this poor monk has Buddha in his heart, then no matter when or where, his heart will worship Buddha. If this poor monk doesn't have Buddha in his heart, then even if he sits in the temple with a scroll in his hand and a wooden fish in front of him, the golden Buddha sitting in the hall of great strength would still ignore this poor monk." "Ian, what you say makes sense." Xiao Hua didn't comment and said, "Actually, you can send the strong men of the temple for the things in your hands. You don't have to come in person. Jian Dong's expression didn't change. He gestured for Xiao Hua to follow him while answering in a low voice, other than the golden Buddha, everything else in Chenghui Temple is idle. This poor monk is a young monk, so I came. Seeing that Jian Dong's answer was very good, Xiao Hua's originally satisfied heart became even less picky. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't ask any more questions. He only pointed at the surrounding fruit trees and melon fields and asked some questions. His tone was no different from that of a farmer in the countryside. At first, when Jian Dong saw Xiao Hua asking about the temple, he felt somewhat disgusted. But then he listened to Xiao Hua's words, which were related to the livelihood of farming and mulberry trees, and had the intention of asking for guidance. He thought Xiao Hua was a young official who happened to pass by today to collect materials, so he answered with great care, not hiding anything from him. Before arriving at the gate of Chenghui Temple, Xiao Hua had already asked about the temple's affairs. As expected, the Chanyang state had given Chenghui Ridge to Chenghui Temple as a property. However, Chenghui Temple didn't encircle the ridge like the other temples. Instead, they divided the ridge into different areas and planted different things according to the soil and water. They even cultivated the land of Centipede Ridge together with the land under the ridge, regardless of whether the land belonged to Chenghui Temple or not. What was special about Centipede Ridge was that other than being used by the temple, it was also given to the surrounding villagers. Even the child beggars who had fled to this place were given to them. To put it bluntly, Chenghui Temple was like some kind-hearted rich people in the countryside. However, Chenghui Temple was different from these rich people. Chenghui Temple didn't accumulate money at all. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. The Buddhist doctrine of Buddhism was profound and taught all living things to be good. However, there was one thing that was hard for people to accept. The monks in the temple always considered themselves to be monks. They didn't produce anything themselves and only wanted people to worship them. They called it giving alms and soliciting alms. Of course, giving alms and soliciting alms were something monks should have. This showed that monks didn't have the foundation to establish themselves and could only rely on the help of people to live. However, most of the monks were eminent monks who gave alms. Most of them still had humanity. In the end, the temple had a lot of land and the monks lived a very rich life. They still had to rely on people who had difficulties to worship them. People had their own eyes, so who would believe in the temple? Who would worship monks? As time passed, the Buddhist sect began to appear hypocritical. I've learned something. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, if all the temples in the world were like Chenghui Temple, then why would there be a longevity town in the hidden immortal continent? Monk Jian Dong didn't seem to know what longevity town Xiao Hua was talking about. He only smiled and said, young benefactor, I'm afraid you came from another country and aren't a citizen of my country. In my country, all the temples are like this. Really? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. Jian Dong didn't answer Xiao Hua's words. He looked at the stairs in front of him and then looked at Fairy Jing behind him. He bowed and said, Amitabha. Female benefactor, my Chenghui temple doesn't allow women to set foot in. Female benefactor, please serve tea outside. Fairy Jing's eyes flashed with slight anger. How could she put this secular temple in her eyes? However, Xiao Hua's smile and warm words calmed her down. You wait here first. I'll come out immediately after I visit the temple's abbot. Xiao Hua didn't say fairy or fellow daoist, but it sounded warm, as if there was a kind of indescribable intimacy contained within. Fairy Jing agreed in a low voice. She turned her head and walked towards the mountain plum trees in front of the mountain gate. Benefactor, please. Jian Dong raised his hand and gestured. He took the lead and walked up the stairs to the mountain gate. Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense, but he had already seen the exterior of Chenghui Temple on the way. This was a regular temple. It looked very big, but the buildings inside were simple. There was a main hall, a meditation room, and there seemed to be a forest of pagodas behind. Moreover, these buildings didn't look very new and were somewhat old. In particular, some places had a lot of moss because of the year-round rain collection. Although the mountain gate and stairs in front of Xiao Hua were very clean and tidy, they were also somewhat shabby. They weren't even as bright as the mountain gate of Longevity Town's Xiaojin Temple. Xiao Hua followed Jian Dong up the stairs and stepped through the mountain gate. What greeted him was a main hall and square. There was an incense burner in the square and incense in the main hall. However, there were sparse villagers kowtowing and offering incense. There were several young novice monks accompanying them. The incense burner didn't seem very vigorous. Chongshi. Jian Dong walked in and took a look. He called out to a young novice monk who was standing in front of the incense burner. Master. The young novice monk carefully placed the incense stick in his hand on the incense burner and hurriedly ran over. He put his palms together and bowed respectfully to Xiao Hua. Greetings, benefactor. Take this benefactor to see the abbot. Master will go to the kitchen. Jian Dong instructed the young novice monk. He then said to Xiao Hua, this poor monk will deliver tea to the benefactor. Thank you for your trouble, master. Xiao Hua nodded. Soon after, under the guidance of the little monk, Xiao Hua walked through the main hall and went all the way inside. In the end, he actually passed through the meditation room and came to a pine forest. He saw a slightly withered old monk wearing a shabby kasaya sitting on a mountain rock. He was holding a shiny prayer bead in his hand and his mouth was slightly moving as he chanted. Martial ancestor. The young novice monk didn't dare to approach. He stood still from afar and bowed. A benefactor came to pay a visit. This disciple has brought him here. Who would have thought that the old monk didn't pay any attention to him? He only closed his eyes and slightly moved his hands. He was chanting scriptures word by word. Benefactor. The young novice monk turned his head and said apologetically, Martial ancestor is like this. If you want to wait, you can wait here for a moment. If you feel impatient, please turn back. This little monk still has some matters to attend to and can't accompany benefactor here. After he finished speaking, the young novice monk respectfully bowed and slowly walked away. Looking at his appearance, he was already used to this kind of situation. Moreover, his attitude was definitely not disrespectful. Xiao Hua didn't mind that the group of monks had left him hanging. He faintly smiled and quietly stood there, listening to the old monk chanting scriptures. The old monk's voice was extremely soft and even somewhat vague. However, Xiao Hua heard it clearly. It was the Vimalaku Sutra. The Vimalaku Sutra wasn't a scripture that ordinary monks often chanted. The things inside were rather obscure. Even Buddha's Arabodhi had read it before, but he didn't understand it too well. When he heard the scriptures, Xiao Hua felt somewhat disdainful at first. However, after a moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. He then slightly closed his eyes and quietly listened. The old monk's chanting voice was like a gurgling stream flowing through the pines and into Xiao Hua's ears. After a full 4 hours, the sky was already dark, but the old monk still didn't stop. Monk Jian Dong also came twice. When he saw Xiao Hua quietly standing there, he didn't dare to disturb him and quietly left. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing took out a praying mat from her Chenkuan bag and sat down. She didn't cultivate and only silently recited Xiao Hua's teachings. As for Monk Jian Dong's tea, she didn't even touch it. The sky was already dark. Naturally, the monks who were working at the foot of the mountain returned. The group of monks was very well behaved. Their footsteps weren't loud and they didn't make any noise. When they saw Fairy Jing, who still had an outstanding appearance, they didn't dare to look at her too much and carefully entered the temple. Old monk Chong Hong was naturally among them. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything and followed the others into the temple. Not long after, the sound of chanting came from inside the temple. Then, the bell rang and waves of the fragrance of vegetarian food came from inside the temple. In the twilight, Jian Dong came back with a basket and some food to invite Fairy Jing to eat. Fairy Jing slightly opened her eyes and looked at him. She only said 3 words, "No need." Then, she ignored Jian Dong. Jian Dong was helpless and could only put the basket next to Fairy Jing. Then, the young monk called Chong Shi stood guard at the side. This Xiao Hua is a bit strange. Fairy Jing was comprehending the mysteries of Xiao Hua's teachings while also being puzzled. It's just a temple, what's so good about it? Could it be that there's a hidden Buddhist expert? When she thought of a Buddhist expert, Fairy Jing's eyes suddenly opened. Xiao Hua had already said that he was proficient in Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. Fairy Jing had seen Xiao Hua's Daoist abilities and Confucian abilities, but she had never seen Xiao Hua's Buddhist abilities. Could it be that Xiao Hua really met a Buddhist expert in the temple? Fairy Jing originally wanted to release her divine sense, but she hesitated. She didn't know if her divine sense would disturb Xiao Hua. Forget it, so be it. Fairy Jing closed her eyes again. Sometimes, waiting is also beautiful. How long can this beauty last? -13. Chapter 3684. The night had passed, and dawn was coming. Thick clouds covered the entire Centipede Ridge, and the land fell into darkness again. Catcher! Thunder rumbled in the distance, sounding very heavy in the night. Thunder! The young novice monk, who had been sleeping soundly beside Fairy Jing, was immediately awakened by the thunder. He looked around in fright, almost forgetting that he had fallen asleep outside the temple last night. Benefactress, quickly go down the mountain and take shelter from the rain. The young novice monk naturally couldn't see how many clouds there were in the sky, but he reminded Fairy Jing based on his intuition. Fairy Jing ignored him, still sitting there without saying a word. The young novice monk didn't dare to tarry and rushed into the temple. Before long, Jian Dong hurried out with several monks, each holding a bamboo pole, an oilcloth, and other things. The monks seemed very familiar with what to do, and quickly set up a tent to protect Fairy Jing. Seeing the strong wind, the oilcloth was blown a bit askew, but the foundation was very solid, so there was no need to worry about it being blown away. Jian Dong opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing that Fairy Jing didn't say anything, he shut up. The young novice monk first stood in the tent for a while, seemingly wanting to accompany Fairy Jing. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for him to start trembling in fear. Fairy Jing gave a rare smile and said to him, "You can go back. I'm fine here." "No." Chong Shi gritted his teeth. "Benefactress is a guest of Chenghui Temple. Although I can't let you take shelter in the temple," but, while he was speaking, the rain had already started falling, smashing on the ground and the oilcloth. It was very fierce. The young novice monk shrunk his neck, not daring to say anything, and naturally leaned toward Fairy Jing. Although he was a young novice monk, Fairy Jing still wasn't used to it. She frowned slightly and blocked the young novice monk's approach. However, after a while, although it was raining heavily outside the tent, there wasn't a trace of coldness inside. Not only did the rain not fall in, but the wind also couldn't blow in. Outside the temple, there was such a heavy storm. Inside the temple, under the pine forest, it was the same. Moreover, the pine forest was like a wave amidst the strong wind. Strange sounds rang out one after another, as if there were many demons and ghosts dancing in the surroundings. Streams of rain poured down like a downpour. Clouds gushed out from Xiao Hua's body, blocking everything outside his body. However, the old monk's body did not have any protection. He allowed the strong wind to blow his monk robes away, and allowed the raindrops to hit his body. Amidst the sound of wind and rain, the chanting of sutras continued. Xiao Hua had the intention to investigate. His gaze fell on the old monk's body. The wind and rain fell on his body, but the old monk didn't seem to feel it at all. It was as if this was the sunlight, as if this was the air. He didn't need to pay attention to it at all. All the old monk did was to rotate the prayer beads and recite the sutra. The heavy rain wreaked havoc for more than half a day, and it only cleared up at dusk. The entire sky was bright, and an enormous rainbow streaked across the sky, leaving behind a brilliant and extraordinary splendor. "Benefactor, is there something you need?" The chanting old monk finally opened his mouth after reciting the last few words. His voice was a bit shaky, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. In this world, other than the world-venerated one, where else could there be? Xiao Hua indifferently replied. "Oh." When the old monk heard this, he opened his eyes. His gaze was rather deep, and the wrinkles on his forehead also accumulated. Xiao Hua understood. If it wasn't for the heavy rain, Perhaps there would still be dust and stains between the old monk's wrinkles. This poor monk, Shunku, greets fellow immortal. The old monk did not get up. He put his palms together and said, "This one is Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua cupped his hands in return and said, "This one greets Zen Master Shunku. Fellow immortal. You must be an expert Confucian cultivator. I wonder what advice you have for coming to my Chenghui temple." Shunku looked at the clouds around Xiao Hua's body and asked indifferently. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and said, "On my way here, this one saw your temple's monks farming at the foot of Centipede Mountain Ridge. I also saw the peace of the villagers near Centipede Mountain Ridge. It was different from what this one had seen before. Therefore, I was curious and came to pay you a visit. If that's the case, fellow immortal may leave." Shunku replied, treating his words like gold. Xiao Hua scratched his head and thought for a while, then said, "This one wants to give some food to Chenghui Temple. Is that possible? If fellow immortal has the heart, you can go to the main hall. There's no need to look for this poor monk. Then, what if this one wants to discuss Buddhism with Zen Master?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "Oh, since when did Confucian cultivators talk about Buddhism?" Shunku raised his eyebrows. "However," he said with a bitter expression, "however, fellow immortal is wrong. Buddhism is only in the heart. Even I, the Buddha, can only smile. If I were to preach it, would it still be a true scripture? Forget it, forget it. I won't discuss Buddhism with great monk. Which sect are you from?" Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha in the past. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Maitreya Buddha in the present. In this poor monk's eyes, there is Namo Shakyamuni Buddha in the future. How can there still be any sects in this world? Hearing this, Xiao Hua's nose almost went crooked from anger. This old monk's question was not answered. It was a common method of Buddhism. However, in the end, Xiao Hua still couldn't figure out this old monk's background. "Old monk, you're no fun at all," Xiao Hua coldly said. "Buddhism pays particular attention to opening the door of convenience. Although this one is a Confucian cultivator, this one also understands Buddhist principles and wants to discuss with Grandmaster. You look like you're rejecting this one at the door, so how can you talk about merit? What cultivation are you talking about? Cultivation is cultivation. Merit is also merit. The two can't be mixed up." Shunku seemed to feel that he had gone too far. His tone softened. "My Buddha talks about fate. If benefactor is fated with my Buddha, this poor monk doesn't need to say anything more. Benefactor will naturally enter my Buddhism. If benefactor isn't fated with my Buddha, what can this poor monk do even if this poor monk is eloquent? Then why is this monk sitting as the abbot of Chenghui Temple? Why are there so many benevolent fields around Centipede Ridge? Isn't this merit to attract the villagers to Buddhism? Isn't it to let the light of Buddha shine on the single Liang kingdom? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. This poor monk doesn't want any merit. The light of Buddha doesn't need eyes merit to shine on the single Liang kingdom." Shunku replied faintly, "This poor monk only knows that cultivation is life. Every action and word is cultivation. Since this poor monk can't get rid of this stinky body, this poor monk can only cultivate day and night." Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but Shunku continued, "Benefactor, I'm afraid you have the same idea as ordinary people. As long as one cultivates, one must break away from worldly affairs. You don't know that everywhere in this world is a sea of bitterness. Even if you hide in a meditation room, it's impossible to be peaceful. Instead, why not go deep into the sea of bitterness to cultivate? Benefactor, you just mentioned merit. Saving one person is merit. Saving 10 people is also merit. It doesn't have to be saving others in times of danger to be merit. The monks of Chenghui Temple, and even the monks of other single Liang kingdom, although they lack the time to chant sutras and meditate, they are also cultivating while working. Moreover, the monks of my single Liang kingdom don't let the people of the world suffer and accumulate merit. Who can say that this isn't merit?" "Haha, old monk, you're right." Xiao Hua laughed. Saving people from suffering is a small merit. Teaching people to get out of suffering is a great merit. There's no need to teach Buddhist principles. As long as you teach kindness, Buddha's light will shine. This Xiao is more and more interested in the state preceptor of the single Liang kingdom. Goodbye. After saying that, Xiao Hua cupped his hands at Shenku. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and he rushed into the sky. Outside the temple, Fairy Jing saw Xiao Hua come out. She also turned into a rainbow and chased after him. In a moment, the two figures disappeared. Oh! Shenku raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Then he closed his eyes and was about to chant sutras. But at this moment, he thought of something and said loudly, Xingzhu, which disciple brought this benefactor here? This seat has something to ask. Xiao Hua flew into the sky with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing saw him and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xiao seems to have gained a lot from this trip. Yes, indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. The Buddhist sect of the single Liang kingdom is different from what this Xiao knows. Although Chenghui Temple is the smallest temple in the single Liang kingdom, everything it does is magnanimous. The abbot of the temple is also different from ordinary monks. He's indeed a cultivator. Hihi, I've never seen fellow Daoist speak so highly of a monk. Fairy Jing agreed. It seems that Xiao Jun is indeed a wise ruler. Whether Xiao Jun is a wise ruler or not, I don't know for now. But the Buddhist disciple supporting Xiao Jun is an expert. This Xiao is very interested in this Buddhist disciple of an unknown sect. Oh! With fellow Daoist Xiao's Buddhist sect Cultivation, you can't tell what sect it is? Fairy Jing pretended to be surprised. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, This Xiao is just a dabbler. My Buddhist sect Cultivation is for Daoist Yuanqing to hear. How much can I know? But this Xiao also knows some secrets of the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, this knowledge is not enough to see the origin of the Chenghui Temple's abbot. Isn't that simple? This place is only a few hundred miles away from the capital of the single Liang kingdom. We'll arrive in a moment. Fellow Daoist Xiao only needs to visit the state preceptor. Why wouldn't he tell you? Fairy Jing said with disdain. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Don't be anxious. This Xiao still wants to see. I'll listen to fellow Daoist's instructions. Fairy Jing nodded her head in a virtuous manner. She didn't feel any annoyance beside Xiao Hua. She seemed to want this road to be further and further, or even to have no end. After flying for a while, they arrived at another place. Some monks were farming, but there were no mountains here. Instead, there were many lakes. An exquisite temple was built between the lakes and mountains. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to descend from the cloud. What Xiao Hua didn't know was that not long after he landed, a Buddhist light flew out from the Chenghui Temple of the Taowu mountain range. It quickly flew over his head in the direction of the capital of the single Liang kingdom. 2 days later, Xiao Hua once again flew out of the small temple with a smile on his face. Fairy Jing simply used the auspicious cloud technique to follow behind him. When they encountered another temple, Xiao Hua didn't stop but directly flew past it. It seemed that he was satisfied with what he saw in the two temples. -13. Chapter 3685. Hey! Fellow Daoist, are you not going to go down and take a look? Fairy Jing asked with a smile, clearly trying to find something to talk about. Xiao Hua replied, Since I already know, I naturally don't need to go down. Fellow Daoist, aren't you afraid that Xiao Jun arranged this beforehand? Fairy Jing reminded Xiao Hua. If the ruler of a country can arrange farming to such an extent, he must be a wise ruler. Xiao Hua smiled. Fairy Jing, you might not understand farming and don't understand that farming is not easy to fake. Indeed. Fairy Jing also sighed. Although I am in charge of a country, most of the country's affairs are handled by the ruler. I only deal with the provocations of Confucian cultivators and my own cultivation. Right. Speaking of which, I finally understand why Xiao Jun wants to go to Yaotai Mountain. I already know. Fairy Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Although these Buddhist disciples cultivate, Not many of them cultivate Buddhist protective divine abilities. This way, it will be difficult for the Chanyang country to resist the provocations of the nearby Confucian cultivator country. That's right. Nothing in the world is perfect. Advantages always come with disadvantages. Xiao Hua sighed. The Chanyang country's state teacher's actions have made the people rich, but the country isn't strong. Since the country isn't strong, it's hard to protect the happiness of the people. Xiao Jun probably saw this and went to Yaotai Mountain after traveling thousands of miles. No matter what, he's still better than that Xiao Jian who tricked you. Fairy Jing sneered. Then, she was suddenly stunned. She looked into the distance and asked curiously, "What's wrong? So many monks. What are they doing?" Xiao Hua had already noticed and smiled. Who knows? Maybe there's a Dharma discussion somewhere and these monks are joining together. They seem to be coming for fellow Daoist Xiao. Fairy Jing blinked her eyes. Could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao defeated 2 abbots in 2 temples and they're coming for revenge? Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and thoughtfully looked into the distance. His figure slowly slowed down. A few miles ahead of him, there were about a dozen monks sitting cross-legged in the air. Each monk was holding a wooden fish in their hands. As they knocked on the fish, they chanted sutras. They were blocking Xiao Hua's path to the Danliang kingdom. These dozen or so monks were naturally nothing. What surprised Xiao Hua was that below the dozen or so monks, in the mountain range, there were more than 100 monks sitting cross-legged. These monks didn't seem to have any Buddhist divine abilities and couldn't fly, but they also held wooden fish in their hands and chanted Buddhist scriptures like the monks in the air. I'm not familiar with Buddhist etiquette, so I don't know what this means. Could it be that it's welcoming us? Looking at the strange scene, Fairy Jing said curiously, of course, it could also be that Xiao Jun sent a message back to the Chanyang kingdom, and the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor sent someone to rely on. I'm not sure. Let's go and take a look first. Xiao Hua's tone was somewhat cold. He said while flying forward. Actually, Xiao Hua was also at a loss. If this was really Xiao Jun's message, then the previous farming matters might really have been arranged by the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor. You lot are blocking this old man's path. What do you want? Xiao Hua flew forward and scanned with his divine sense. He knew that these monks were only at the 1st or 2nd grade of origin energy. He didn't put them in his eyes at all and asked indifferently. Hearing Xiao Hua's question, a monk flew out and bowed, Amitabha, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Confucian Senior, please turn back. My Chanyang kingdom doesn't have the person Senior is looking for. Do you know who this old man is looking for? This poor monk doesn't know. The monk's expression didn't change. Although my Chanyang kingdom was founded by a Buddhist sect, the imperial preceptor doesn't care about the matters of immortals and Buddhas. He only wants the citizens of the Chanyang kingdom to live a peaceful life. Therefore, I ask Senior to return to where you came from. Can you block this old man's path? Xiao Hua sneered. Do you have the qualifications to give this old man orders? This poor monk doesn't dare. After the monk finished speaking, he returned to his original position and sat down cross-legged. He lowered his head and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Chempage. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. The clouds around him surged as he charged towards the monks. His powerful aura pushed the monks away before he could get close. Although the monks weren't thrown off their feet, they still opened up a path for Xiao Hua to calmly fly through. These monks are very strange. Fairy Jing flew over and turned to look at the monks. They weren't discouraged and didn't have any anger on their faces. They adjusted their formation and slowly flew behind Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. They were still knocking on the wooden fish and chanting Buddhist scriptures. On the ground, although the monks couldn't catch up to the monks in the sky, they were still slowly moving forward. What are these monks doing? Xiao Hua was a bit angry because when he scanned with his divine sense, there were monks blocking the sky every few dozen li. Obviously, they weren't willing to let Xiao Hua enter the capital of the Chanyang kingdom. Moreover, these monks had low cultivation. They didn't even spare Fairy Jing a glance, let alone Xiao Hua. This concubine doesn't know either. Fairy Jing smiled bitterly. It seems that the capital of the Chanyang kingdom has some unspeakable secret that they don't want fellow Daoist Xiao to see. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to Chenghui Temple. I would have killed my way to the capital, Xiao Hua said regretfully. Fairy Jing comforted him instead. Fellow Daoist, don't think too much. If you went there directly, I'm afraid you would have seen everything. Now that fellow Daoist is pressuring them step by step, they're giving themselves away. If I think about it carefully. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. Apart from Xiao Jun and Gigi, who else knows that the two of us came to the Chanyang Kingdom? If they didn't send a message or even rush back to the Chanyang Kingdom, how could these Buddhist monks stop me? Fellow Daoist, you've stayed in these two temples for a while. We can't rule out the possibility that they sent a message. Fairy Jing flew slowly with Xiao Hua while thinking. Of course, it's also possible that they sent a message. Xiao Hua nodded. But I didn't reveal any Daoist abilities. I'm only dressed like a Confucian cultivator. How could these monks know that I'm Xiao? Besides, they're only the smallest temple in the Chanyang Kingdom. How could they know the secrets of the Chanyang Kingdom? Yes, fellow Daoist's words are reasonable. Xiao Jun must have sent a message back. Fairy Jing thought for a while. There didn't seem to be too many possibilities, so she could only agree. Also, Xiao Hua looked at the monk blocking his way and said thoughtfully, there's also the possibility that it's a misunderstanding. Let this Xiao go and ask. With that, Xiao Hua urged his cloud to fly in front of the monk. Sure enough, when the monk saw Xiao Hua flying over, he immediately flew out and said in a somewhat silly voice, we Buddhist disciples only want to accumulate merit in the Chanyang Kingdom. We don't want to get involved in a battle between immortals and Buddhas. Senior, please turn back. There's nothing in front of us that Senior wants. Yes, let me ask you. What is it that I'm looking for? Who is it that I'm looking for? Xiao Hua said indifferently. Who ordered you to come here? Has Xiao Jun already returned? This poor monk doesn't know what Senior is talking about. The monk wasn't angry. He put his palms together and said, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is before it's too late. You. Xiao Hua was a bit angry and said sternly, fine, this old man will only ask you one thing. Has Xiao Jun already returned to the Chanyang Kingdom? If the Xiao Jun you're talking about is the king of my Chanyang Kingdom, then this poor monk can tell Senior where the king is if not in the Dragon Court. The monk said indifferently, however, although Senior is a Confucian expert, my Chanyang Kingdom is a Buddhist country. There's Buddhist light shining in the kingdom. Senior, go. Not waiting for the monk to finish speaking, Xiao Hua sneered, opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true qi rushed out, causing the monk to tumble down, and said, this old man wants to find someone. Actually, you juniors can stop me. Go. Call Xiao Jun out for this old man. Senior, please turn back. Please turn back. When a monk fell down, dozens of monks stood up. The monks behind the monk immediately knocked on the wooden fish and chanted something as though they were chanting scriptures. Each of them even used Buddhist divine arts. Xiao Hua was quite noisy when he heard it. It was like a swarm of flies were flying around his ears. Chimpage. Xiao Hua raised his hand and wanted to fling it out. However, after thinking about it, he didn't want to waste time with these little monks. He activated the clouds around him and rushed over again. Just like before, he flew away easily. Hee. It was rare for Fairy Jing to see Xiao Hua so impatient. She pursed her lips and chased after him. Where is Xiao Jun? Not long after, another group of monks appeared. Their cultivation had clearly increased. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and immediately shouted, hurry up and tell him to come see me. Amitabha. The unknown monk put his palms together and said, Senior, please turn back. My family's grandmaster said that the person Senior is looking for is not in the Chanyang Kingdom. Senior, please don't go any further. Without waiting for the monk to finish, Xiao Hua flew over the monk's head. The monk could only lead the group of monks to chase after him. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please calm down. Fairy Jing knew that Xiao Hua was deceived by Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun again and again. She was really angry. She hurriedly whispered, perhaps there really is a misunderstanding. Indeed. I asked where Xiao Jun was, But they said the person I was looking for wasn't here. This person and Xiao Jun might not be the same person. Although Xiao Hua was angry, he didn't lose his head. He nodded and said, actually, if they weren't both surnamed Xiao, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Hihi, and you say you're not angry. Fairy Jing heard Xiao Hua say I and chuckled. Alright, there are more monks blocking the way. I'll ask them carefully. Xiao Hua's face was a bit red. The matter between Xiao Jun and Xiao Jian was after all the master of the Chanyang kingdom. Everyone knew that even an upright official couldn't resolve family matters. It was normal that Xiao Hua couldn't tell. In front of Xiao Hua was a short and shriveled old monk. He didn't look young. Xiao Hua stood in the air and cupped his hands. Venerable, please. Amitabha, senior, please return. The old monk didn't beat around the bush with Xiao Hua. He put his palms together and went straight to the point. -13. Chapter 3686. Xiao Hua's body swayed in the air. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's personality was good. If it was someone else, they would have already attacked. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and asked, I know you don't want me to go to the Chanyang kingdom because the person I'm looking for isn't there. But the problem is this person Xiao Jun? I'm only looking for Xiao Jun to ask him some questions. I don't want his life. What are you afraid of? Besides, I've already seen Xiao Jun on Yaotai Mountain. Even if I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have attacked him there. Why must I chase him all the way to the Chanyang kingdom? Or, who do you think I'm looking for? Amitabha, I don't know. The old monk said he didn't know anything. Senior, please turn back. Then, Xiao Hua took another breath and asked, is Xiao Jun in the Chanyang kingdom? I don't know. The old monk answered again. Senior, please turn back. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a green light shot out. It instantly approached the old monk's forehead. It was a flying sword light that touched the old monk's withered skin. Unfortunately, the old monk didn't even blink. He said in a low voice, Amitabha, I know I'm not Senior's match. If Senior wants to kill me, then do as you wish. Buddha is merciful. I'll let Senior do as you wish. You're crazy. Why would I kill someone for no reason? Xiao Hua was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. He snorted and ignored the old monk. His figure rushed into the air and flew away. Seeing Fairy Jing chase after him, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This Buddhist disciple is good at everything, but he's stubborn. He knows he's not my match, but he still wants to stop me. Oh, right, he asked but didn't answer. Even now, I don't know why they're doing this. Or maybe they don't know at all. Fairy Jing said with a smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. I feel that it's the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor who has nothing to do with Xiao Jun, that's right. The problem is that the Buddhist sect's imperial preceptor stopped me because he didn't want me to find someone. This person. I really can't think of anyone. That's right, Xiao Hua wasn't from the hidden immortal continent. He didn't know many people and didn't know many things. Although there were a lot of books about the hidden immortal continent in the space, Xiao Hua didn't have the heart to look at those things that weren't useful for cultivation after he obtained the Confucian scroll from the Copper Pillar State Academy. Therefore, he didn't even know about the mysterious yellow list, which was something that Taoist cultivators should know about. Fairy Jing hesitantly said, actually, this imperial teacher is trying to hide something. He's definitely trying to hide 300 taels of silver here. Xiao Hua sneered, what kind of state teacher can this kind of person be? This time, even if this Xiao doesn't dare to be interested in their so-called secrets, then I can congratulate them now. They have successfully piqued my interest. Fairy Jing, are you interested in accompanying me to take a look? Fairy Jing's words had a double meaning. You're the one with the greatest responsibility in the world, and I'm the one accompanying you. All right, Xiao Hua said with a smile, we won't waste time with these little monks. Let's go directly to the capital city. It was extremely simple for two cultivators of 4th or 5th grade essence force to break away from these monks. Fairy Jing didn't use any divine ability. The auspicious cloud under Xiao Hua's body grew several times larger. He brought Fairy Jing past the group of monks and arrived at the capital city of the Danliang state in just an hour. Naturally, when they were still very far away from the capital city, several faint Buddhist senses swept out from the capital city. However, these Buddhist senses were very indifferent. After discovering Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing, they didn't stop and immediately returned, as if they were just checking whether they had arrived or not. Xiao Hua sensed the Buddhist senses and immediately determined the cultivation of the owner of the Buddhist senses. He coldly said, "You're just a little monk of 4th grade essence force. You actually dare to block this old man's path." Fairy Jing was now very familiar with Xiao Hua. She said self-deprecatingly, "Ari, that's right. I'm only at 4th grade essence force. This cultivation is really too difficult. Hee. Fairy Jing will definitely be able to divide your attention in the future. Oh, you'll definitely be able to astral projection. Right now, you're just accumulating," Xiao Hua said with a smile. Astral projection, our astral projection. I'm both looking forward to it and afraid. Fairy Jing's face revealed an indescribable expression. Let's just leave it to fate. Oh, why? Xiao Hua naturally knew the difficulty of advancing to 5th grade essence force. However, he still pretended to be curious and asked. However, before Fairy Jing could answer, 2 figures flew out from the direction of the Danliang state's capital city. They stepped on a thin layer of Buddhist light and flew in front of Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. They're finally out," Xiao Hua muttered. His figure stopped in midair. Fairy Jing also urged her auspicious cloud to fly a distance away. This poor monk Jingy greets fellow immortal Xiao. The monk in front was thin and tall. He wore a shabby monk's robe. His exposed hands and arms were extremely thin. He was simply skin and bones without a trace of flesh. Looking at his head, it was also like a skeleton. There were many wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a knife. Hearing this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Fellow immortal Xiao? It seems like Great Master Jingy already knows this Xiao's name. I presume you also know this Xiao's intentions?" "Chimpage." A monk at the side coldly snorted. He waved the shabby monk staff in his hand. "We have already let so many disciples block you. We don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Since someone wants to force us to our deaths, then don't blame this poor monk for being impolite. Shut your mouth." Although Jingy was angry, his tone was still indifferent. "You are a Buddhist disciple. How can you be so competitive like ordinary people? It is also fate that fellow immortal Xiao came to my Danliang state. I'm afraid this is Buddha's test for us." After speaking, Jingy turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, the person you are looking for is really not in the Danliang state. Please return." Xiao Hua smiled and asked with interest, "Let's not talk about who this Xiao is looking for. This Xiao wants to ask you. Monks don't lie. Are you speaking the truth?" Jingy indifferently replied, "That's right. This poor monk is not lying. I will not deceive fellow immortal. Since the person this Xiao is looking for is not in the Danliang state, you can just let this Xiao come to the capital city." "Why block this Xiao on the way?" Xiao Hua asked directly. "My Danliang state does not want to get involved in disputes." Jingy replied, "If fellow immortal Xiao comes to the Danliang state, there will be chaos in the future. Therefore, this poor monk does not want fellow immortal to come." "Then the person you are talking about, who is it?" Xiao Hua stared at Jingy and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Jingy slightly shook his head. "Fellow immortal knows. Why do you need this poor monk to speak? I presume Great Master knows about soul-searching techniques." Xiao Hua raised his hand and threatened, "This Xiao only needs to press this finger on Great Master's forehead. This Xiao knows what Great Master is thinking. Fellow immortal can try." Jingy was not afraid at all. His gaze did not shrink. Xiao Hua looked at Jingy's dirty clothes and thoughtfully asked, "Great Master Jingy is from the Duta lineage, right? You clearly know, yet you still ask." Jingy could not bear it anymore and angrily said, "Who doesn't know what you are planning?" Xiao Hua ignored Jingy and said again, "In fact, before I saw Great Master, I didn't think of it. Even in Chenghui Temple, that little monk Shen Ku didn't say anything. However, since he didn't say which sect he belonged to, then, he should belong to the Duta's branch. Do you think this Xiao is right? That's right. Fellow immortals' eyes are like torches. This poor monk is indeed Ku Duta. The word Ku completely explained Duta's cultivation. Xiao Hua said, although Buddhism does not advocate Ku Duta's arduous cultivation, even the revered one of the world praised his ascetic cultivation. However, this Xiao is somewhat puzzled. Duta has 13 items. How many items can Great Master hold? Since Great Master has the position of state teacher and the help of the Danliang state, how many more ascetic cultivations does Great Master have? Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Where is not ascetic cultivation? Jingyi put her palms together and said softly, in the past, the revered one of the world fed the eagle with his body and abandoned his body. Today, this old monk will throw his body into the secular world. What is wrong with that? The revered one of the world sacrificed his body to save a pigeon. This old monk will sacrifice his body to save hundreds of thousands of people in the Danliang state. What is wrong with that? Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. He somewhat understood the intention of Danliang state teacher Jingyi. Jingyi treated the position of state teacher as a kind of ascetic cultivation. She treated the responsibility of state teacher as a part of the sea of bitterness. She used it to sharpen her Buddhist nature in the secular world. Ku Duta's ascetic cultivation was indeed effective. Whether it was Buddhist Dharma or Buddhist techniques, they were far superior to ordinary Buddhas. However, just as Jingyi said, Ku Duta was usually alone. His methods of accumulating merit were limited. Even if he had great magic power, he could not accumulate much. However, if he became a state teacher, the amount of merit he could accumulate was incomparable. However, Xiao Hua immediately smiled bitterly. Daoist cultivators treated state teachers as glory, splendor, and wealth. They treated the power of a country as their reliance for cultivation. However, Ku Duta treated glory, splendor, and wealth as a sea of bitterness. He used his ascetic cultivation to contribute to the country. It had to be said that in the same country, Daoist cultivators and Buddhist cultivators were completely different. Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing had a contemplative look on her face. She seemed to have some thoughts. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Whether it is Buddhist or Daoist, whether it is ascetic cultivation or chanting sutras, it is all cultivation. I do not understand Duta's ascetic cultivation, nor do I understand the accumulation of merit. I originally wanted to take a look at the situation in the Danliang state. I wanted to see whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was a wise ruler. However, Grandmaster has repeatedly stopped me. Now, I want Grandmaster to give me an explanation. Xiao Jian. Xiao Jun. Jingyi was slightly stunned. Fellow immortal, is related to the two of them by blood? No. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Grandmaster, there is no need to guess blindly. Do you think Xiao Jun or Xiao Jian is better? Both of them are dung. Jingyi answered without hesitation. You and I are also dung. Only Buddha is real. When Xiao Hua heard this, he almost fell from the sky. He really wanted to choke Jingyi's neck and ask if he could speak properly. -13. Chapter 3687. Alright, Great Master, tell me, who do you not want me to see? This person is definitely not Xiao Jun. Xiao Hua went straight to the point. No. Who is it? This person is the person that fellow immortal Xiao is looking for, but in reality, he is not the person in fellow immortal Xiao's heart. Furthermore, this old monk does not lie. That person is really not in the single Liang kingdom. Jingyi spoke in riddles again. Woo! Hearing a huge gust of wind, Jingyi and Jinko suddenly felt as if the space around them had solidified. Not only were they unable to move, even breathing became difficult. Jinko turned pale with fright. The Buddhist staff in his hand trembled and Buddhist light shone brightly. Unfortunately, before his telekinesis could reach the Buddhist staff, he saw Xiao Hua suddenly stretch out his hand and grab Jingyi's neck. He said fiercely, "Little monk, can you speak properly? Who exactly is this person?" Jingyi did not resist and allowed Xiao Hua to grab his neck. He said with a hoarse voice, "This old monk cannot say and does not want to say. If this old monk says, I'm afraid. Fellow immortal Xiao will not be able to leave the single Liang kingdom. I'm also afraid that the single Liang kingdom will no longer exist." "Who? Who is so powerful?" Xiao Hua was shocked and asked. Sigh. A soft sigh like a spring breeze brushed past Xiao Hua's spiritual will hammer. A Buddhist will that was even more indifferent than Xiao Hua's Buddhist will swept over from the distant mountain. A voice that was louder than a golden bell rang in Xiao Hua's ears. "If you are looking for this old monk, then come over. Martial ancestor." Jingyi escaped from Xiao Hua's hand and immediately knelt in midair. Tears flowed down his face. "You. How can you show yourself? You know that this is a trap." Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" The voice sighed, but there was no resentment or hatred in the voice. Even though the voice was loud, Xiao Hua felt comfortable listening to it. Since Buddha wants this old monk to die, how can this old monk not die? I don't know how many years it will take to get rid of this skin. Now is the time. Martial ancestor. Jinko also knelt, but as his tears flowed, he looked at Xiao Hua with resentment. Damn it, he's at least in the embryo formation realm. Xiao Hua was truly shocked. He never would have thought that in the hidden immortal continent, in this Danliang country, there was actually a hidden 7th grade elemental energy. Buddhist expert. I think. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. I'm afraid things are different from what Grandmaster thinks. There must be a mistake. This Xiao. Of course, Xiao Hua already knew that he had made a mistake. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this misunderstanding was extremely serious. It was actually related to the life and death of this 7th level origin power expert. Since he had already forced the other party out, how could a mere misunderstanding be resolved? Moreover, Xiao Hua immediately understood why clean clothes and those ordinary monks had blocked him. Not only did they not want him to find this Buddhist expert, they also did not want him to lose his life. Fellow immortal Xiao, please. Jingyi stood up. Her expression returned to normal as she raised her hand. Fairy Jing smiled and said, "Master Clean Clothes, we must have misunderstood. The master is meditating, so we won't disturb him." As she spoke, she gave Xiao Hua a meaningful glance, hinting for him to flee. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. This was a 7th grade elemental energy expert. He had never encountered something like this before. Although he had made a breakthrough in his lightning evasion technique, but Xiao Hua wasn't confident that he could escape. And if he escaped, not only would he leave behind Fairy Jing, he would also provoke the other party. There would be no room for negotiation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fairy Jing, don't be anxious. This is a Buddhist 7th grade elemental energy expert, a Buddhist senior monk. He must have benevolence in his heart. I'll explain it to him clearly. 7th grade elemental energy." Fairy Jing was also stupefied, her face instantly becoming deathly pale. However, she immediately smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. This concubine will accompany you." Fellow Daoist. Jingyi frowned. She sized up Xiao Hua but did not say anything. Jingyi impatiently said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Don't you want to find Grandmaster? Grandmaster agreed to meet you. Why are you still not leaving? All right, this little monk will lead the way." Although Xiao Hua's heart was pounding, he still believed in his intuition. The benevolence in this old monk's words would not lie. Chempage. Jingyi still sneered. He urged his Buddhist light to fly towards the distant mountain peak. Seeing the mountain peak approaching, Xiao Hua looked at Jingyi beside him and said softly, "Monk Jingyi violated the precepts. This mountain peak is within the single Liang nation. How is it not within the single Liang nation's territory? This mountain peak has already been donated by the single Liang nation's king, Xiao Jun, to our Buddhist sect. It is a pure land and not within the single Liang nation's territory." He, Xiao Hua chuckled and did not ask any more. Buddhist disciples were the most passionate. If he did not let body out, he would not be able to win against Jingyi. After flying to the side of the mountain peak, Jingyi did not dare to directly fly up. Instead, he landed on the ground and walked up the mountain path. The mountain path was rugged, narrow, and rather steep. Jingyi did not use Buddhist techniques and climbed up step by step. Xiao Hua naturally did not mind. He also walked with his feet firmly on the ground. As for Fairy Jing, how could she walk? However, after walking a few steps, light clouds appeared under her feet. When they arrived at the waist of the mountain, they walked to a cave full of thorns. Jingyi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Martial ancestor, disciples have brought 2 people here. Do you really want to see them? Come in. That voice was still faint, as if it was neither sad nor happy. Jingyi saw that they could not persuade their martial ancestor. They stood up and stood at the 2 sides of the cave. They put their palms together and said, "2 immortal friends, please." Looking at the pitch-black cave, Xiao Hua did not dare to release his divine sense. He turned to look at Fairy Jing and said, "Fairy Jing, wait outside. I can go in by myself." "No need. Since we are here, I will also pay my respects to the Buddhist seniors." Fairy Jing's eyes were sincere as she looked at Xiao Hua. She had the determination to advance and retreat together. All right. Xiao Hua was helpless. He took the lead and walked into the cave. Fairy Jing did not hesitate to follow. The cave was very big and also very dark. There was no light, but it was nothing for Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing. Xiao Hua walked into the cave and saw that at the end of the cave was a huge wall. In front of the wall was a square stone. A tall and thin monk wearing a shabby monk robe was sitting there facing the wall. Looking at the back of the monk, Xiao Hua respectfully put his palms together and bowed. Junior Xiao Hua greets the Buddhist seniors. Junior Li Jing greets the senior. Fairy Jing did not dare to be negligent and also bowed. "Xiao Hua, are you looking for this old monk?" As the monk spoke, he slowly turned around. Xiao Hua stared unblinkingly at the monk as he turned around. When he saw the monk's appearance, there was a boom sound. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck his head. Xiao Hua's mind was filled with an explosion. He had never seen this monk before, but he clearly remembered this monk's appearance. Although this monk's face was very thin, his appearance had changed too much. Wasn't it the appearance of the shabby golden body in the Jiangqiao temple of the Longevity Town? Wasn't it Xiao Hua's disguised appearance of Si Hang? This was the fake Si Hang meeting the real Si Hang. Moreover, in a flash, Xiao Hua immediately understood everything. It must be what he had said in front of the Chenghui Temple of the Centipede Territory. If all the temples in the world were like Chenghui Temple, then why would there be a Longevity Town in the hidden immortal continent? This attracted the attention of others, who thought that he came from the Longevity Town. Now that his Dao cultivation had not recovered, he only used the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator. They thought that he was a Confucian cultivator. The news was naturally sent from the Chenghui Temple to the state preceptor of the Danliang country, Jingyi. Jingyi only needed a little analysis to conclude that he knew about this monk and came to the Danliang country to look for this monk. Jingyi definitely knew that his grandmaster was not Si Hang, not the owner of the 99 Zhong golden body in the Longevity Town, so he wanted to stop him. However, he could not say it clearly. He could only say that although the Si Hang Xiao Hua was looking for looked exactly the same as his grandmaster, and even his grandmaster left merit in the Longevity Town and set up a statue, his grandmaster was not Si Hang. Jingyi did not lie to Xiao Hua. Moreover, as the state preceptor, Jingyi could clearly see that the Longevity Town, which was hundreds of thousands of li away, was now at the peak of the storm. As long as his grandmaster appeared, he would definitely be killed by the Confucian cultivators. He naturally did not want Xiao Hua to see his grandmaster. It's a misunderstanding. After thinking it through, Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed again. Junior came to the Danliang country to verify whether Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun was lying. I never thought of looking for Senior. Besides, this Junior has no idea who Senior is. He. The monk shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and pointed at the stone wall, asking, Xiao Hua, do you see what this is? Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the shadow on the stone wall that seemed to be carved by a knife. He said in surprise, Senior, is this Senior's shadow? That's right. The monk nodded faintly. This old monk has been thinking about the relationship between my skin and the Saria for the past 1,000 years. I have been meditating in front of this stone wall. This shadow is left behind by this old monk's skin. Great Master's Dharma is powerful. Junior is truly impressed. Xiao Hua was so impressed that he prostrated himself on all fours. The monk continued, since the shadow can leave behind traces, how can your eyes not reveal any flaws? Benefactor Xiao, you must recognize this old monk. Ari, all right. Xiao Hua knew that this monk's dharma was powerful. He might know something like mind reading, heavenly vision, and so on. He simply admitted, this Xiao has seen Senior's statue in the longevity town. There's nothing to hide. The Danliang country's monarch, Xiao Jun, knows. As he spoke, Xiao Hua recounted the events of the past. He smiled bitterly and said, at that time, when Senior displayed his invincible might in Longevity Town, Junior had already fainted. By the time Junior woke up, Senior had already left without attaining the fruit. However, Junior heard from others and naturally knew who Senior was. -13. Chapter 3688. At this point, Xiao Hua honestly admitted, moreover, this Junior also knows that the Longevity Town isn't a good place. Master Jingyi doesn't dare to let people know that Senior Si Hang is here. Therefore, this Junior didn't dare to admit it and wanted to cover it up. I was afraid that Senior would kill me to silence me. Hee hee. The monk laughed, so you're a Daoist cultivator. Jingyi should have thought of this long ago. This Junior also understands Confucian cultivation, so Master Jingyi misunderstood. Xiao Hua hastily explained. Benefactor, don't be afraid. How could this old monk kill you to silence you? Actually, the monk sighed and said, if this old monk was Si Hang, so what if this old monk went to the Longevity Town? Unfortunately, this old monk's Buddhist name is benevolent, not Si Hang. That Buddhist fruit isn't this old monk's, so how could this old monk go to the Longevity Town? Ah! How is this possible? Xiao Hua was shocked to death. He looked at Fairy Jing, who was also shocked, and exclaimed at the same time. There was a Buddhist disciple who used this old monk's appearance to do good deeds in the Longevity Town. The benevolent Ku Tutuo sighed and said, it was misunderstood by others. Oh, this Junior understands. Xiao Hua hastily said with a smile, just like today's misunderstanding, what a coincidence. Today was a misunderstanding, but the Longevity Town might not be a misunderstanding, and it can't be so coincidental, the benevolent monk said. Hearing this, Xiao Hua hastily bowed and said, Senior Si Hang, as for whether it's a coincidence or a misunderstanding, this Junior doesn't know. This Junior definitely won't speak of what happened here. This Junior is a Daoist disciple. This Junior isn't interested in the disputes between immortals and Buddhas. Do we need to swear a blood oath? Fairy Jing probed. No need. The benevolent monk said kindly, this old monk has never forced anyone to swear a blood oath before. Okay, this Junior guarantees that he won't say a single word. Xiao Hua solemnly vowed. Of course, Xiao Hua had to make a solemn vow. He definitely wouldn't say a single word about this matter, because he was the real Si Hang, a fake Si Hang. How could he reveal the real Si Hang, a fake Si Hang? Fairy Jing was overjoyed as she said, this Junior is the same. This matter concerns Senior's life. This Junior definitely wouldn't dare. Benevolent Xiong waved his hand and said, if that's the case, you may leave now. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Jing hadn't thought of such a simple ending. She bowed, looked at Xiao Hua, and prepared to leave. But Xiao Hua's starry eyes flashed with a strange expression. He looked at the knife-like marks on the stone wall and said in a low voice, Senior, you said that you've been in this cave for 1,000 years, and you've always been thinking about the relationship between the skin and the Saria. I wonder if you've learned anything? Can you tell me? Oh. Benefactor Xiao also knows about Buddhism? Ci Xiong was a little surprised and asked curiously. Xiao Hua had a humble expression on his face. This junior has been curious since young. Regardless of whether it is the Daoist sect, the Confucian sect, or the Buddhist sect, I have some understanding of them. Since senior has some insights, this junior is also secretly delighted. I hope to hear it. All right. A smile appeared on Ci Xiong's face as he said, Jingyi, Jinko, wait for the two of you to come in. Xiao Hua and Ci Xiong's words weren't hidden from Jingyi and Jinko. The two of them heard clearly from outside, and their faces were already red. When they heard the call, they thought it was Ci Xiong scolding. They hurriedly came in and knelt on the ground. This disciple was careless and caused such trouble. Grandmaster, please punish me. Unexpectedly, Ci Xiong didn't answer and instead said, My Buddha has said that the corporeal body is a skin on the outside, easily decaying. Inside, the Sarira is a spirit, immortal for 10,000 years. When Jingyi and Jinko heard this, how could they not know that Ci Xiong was lecturing? They hurriedly sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to listen carefully. Xiao Hua hurriedly sat down after seeing this. Similar to Jingyi, he put his palms together and quietly listened to this rare comprehension. This old monk thinks that a person is a person. Everything is based on the corporeal body. The corporeal body's influence is truly important, sometimes even more powerful than the Sarira. The corporeal body is the shadow, leaving scars on stone walls. However, the Sarira has no light, leaving no traces in the mortal world. The Sarira can't leave the corporeal body, and it can't be nourished without the corporeal body. Ci Xiong's words drifted in the cave. Those who were fated to hear it were intoxicated, while those who weren't fated to hear it were irritated. Fairy Jing sat for a moment and saw the joy on Xiao Hua's face. It was even more pronounced than Jingyi and Jinko's frown. She was delighted. She knew that she didn't understand this, so she quietly flew up from the ground and landed outside the cave. She also sat down cross-legged and comprehended Xiao Hua's teachings in her heart. She stood guard for the four people at the side. Time flew by, and 81 days had passed since Ci Xiong's words. On this day, just as Fairy Jing comprehended the beauty of it, an indescribable smile appeared on her face. The magic power around her quietly surged, and layers of multicolored light began to ripple under her snow-like skin. Suddenly, she heard a thunderclap in the pitch-black cave. It was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. However, Fairy Jing still didn't frown, because this sound was very strange. It seemed to be extremely loud, yet also extremely soft. It seemed to be in her ears, yet it also seemed to be in her heart. Fairy Jing only felt her body expand, and all of her magic power instantly dissipated. Then, before Fairy Jing could think again, she saw Buddha's light flourish in the cave. This Buddha's light was different from what Fairy Jing usually saw. Not only did it rush out of the cave, but it even rushed into the mountain. The mountain didn't seem to have anything in it, but it also came out of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha's light spread from the middle of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It was as if the entire mountain was filled with Buddha's light. Then, bursts of Sanskrit chants came from the cave and even the entire mountain, floating in the air and in people's hearts. In the Buddha's chants and in the Buddha's light, there were tiny images of fairies that were as small as flies, and images of dragons that were even weaker than mosquitoes. Not only did they dance around the cave and the mountain, but they also surged with the Buddha's light toward the capital of the Chanyang kingdom, enveloping the surroundings. Gurgle. The Buddha's light pierced through the void, and streams of sparkling and translucent silver light fell on the mountain peak. When the Buddha's light on the mountain peak came into contact with the silver light that was invisible to the naked eye, it immediately swelled and gradually formed a humanoid golden body. Fairy Jing immediately understood that this was the strange phenomenon caused by the benevolent venerable master. She wanted to get up, but in the Buddha's light, her muscles and bones were limp, and she couldn't move at all. Even her mind was drifting. Roar! The strange phenomenon lasted for an hour, and then there was a lion's roar in the cave. The Buddha's light on the mountain, as well as the Buddha's light that rippled for miles, suddenly shrank and disappeared into the cave. In front of Fairy Jing's eyes was still the ordinary cave and the inky darkness. Amitabha. As a Daoist Yuanying, Fairy Jing couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. She stood up from the ground, and the benevolent voice sounded in the cave again. Buddha has a saying that a flower is a world, and a leaf is a spring and autumn. We Buddhists are burdened by our physical bodies, and we can't be free for our entire lives. I've cultivated hard for thousands of years, but I still haven't achieved Buddhahood. I don't have any obsessions in my heart, and I'm even comforted. Senior brother Tsihang from afar almost achieved Buddhahood. Although it's senior brother Tsihang's merit, it's also my merit. I have no hope of achieving Buddhahood in this life, so I'll wait for the next life. There's always hope, and there's always an end to life. Everything in the world is arranged by the Buddha. Although I don't know why the Buddha sent Xiao Tanyu to me, I know that I can't remember any merit in my heart, and all cultivation is based on external things. Therefore, I can't not see Tanyu. Jingy, Jinko, do you understand? There was silence in the cave, and no sound could be heard. Fairy Jing shook her head slightly, knowing that Jingy and Jinko didn't understand Great Master Ci Xiong's Zen theory. Xiao Tanyu. Great Master Ci Xiong's tone was hesitant, and he probed, have you understood? There's a lamp in the world that illuminates the earth. People see the light, but don't see the lampstand. What's wrong with the lampstand? Xiao Hua's voice sounded. There's a lampstand, but there's no light. Who can see the lampstand? There's no need to have a lampstand, there's no need to have light, but there's light that illuminates the world. Amitabha. Excellent, excellent. Great Master Ci Xiong chanted Buddha's name and didn't speak again. After a while, Jingy and Jinko accompanied Xiao Hua out of the cave. Fairy Jing's gaze wavered, and the Xiao Hua in her eyes seemed to have changed greatly, but also didn't seem to have changed at all. Let's go. Xiao Hua quietly transmitted his voice. Great Master Ci Xiong is in seclusion again. All right. Fairy Jing transmitted her voice and moved her body, slowly flying down the mountain path. Xiao Hua and the other two respectfully bowed towards the cave and carefully walked down. After leaving the mountain peak, Xiao Hua bowed and said, Great Masters, please forgive me for offending you. Jingy's face was rather dry. Great Master Ci Xiong's rare lecture, but he and Jinko didn't get as much as Xiao Hua. They were really disciples of Buddhism in vain. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly put his palms together and said, Amitabha, there's no need to mention this matter. It's this old monk's fault. Please, Xiao Tanyu, if you want to see if Xiao Jian or Xiao Jun is lying, just go to the capital city and you'll know. All right. Xiao Hua didn't want to go, but looking at Fairy Jing, he felt that there was only one last step left. After hesitating for a while, he agreed. However, the four of them flew into the capital city of the single Liang kingdom and flew out in less than an hour. At this moment, Jinko was no longer there, and Jingy was beside him. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face as he bowed and said, Great Master Jingy, please return. The doubts in my heart have been resolved. Thank you, Great Master. As long as Xiao Tanyu doesn't have any doubts. Jingy smiled and said, This old monk is an ascetic monk, following the ascetic path of my Buddhism. It's rare for Xiao Jun to be able to participate in the daily practice, which surprised this old monk. That's right. To be able to live in a dilapidated palace, to be able to protect Queen Gigi, and to live in a daily life that's even worse than the ordinary marquises of other kingdoms, this kind of monarch is the fortune of the single Liang kingdom. Xiao Hua nodded and then took out a huge Chenkuan bag from his sleeve and handed it to Jingy. He said with a smile, This Xiao has disturbed your kingdom and also listened to Great Master Ci Xiong's lecture. This is this Xiao's sincerity, please accept it. -13. Chapter 3689. Oh! Jingy glanced at it and didn't take it. He waved his hand and said, My Shanliang country's bodhisattva doesn't accept charity from any benefactor. Please take it back. Xiao Hua explained, This is a gift from me to the king of Shanliang country, Xiao Jun. It's also a gift to the people of Shanliang country. It's not charity. Jingyi wanted to say more, but Xiao Hua smiled and said, Master, take a look first. Okay. Jingyi could only take it. He opened it and was moved. He put his palms together and said, Amitabha. Since that's the case, this old monk thanks. Just as she said that, Reverend Clean Clothes shuddered, and grief appeared on her face. She turned her head around and looked at the mountain in the distance. She said mournfully, Amitabha. Grandmaster has passed away. Ah! Xiao Hua was also shocked. In his heart, he instantly understood why Great Master Ci Xiong still wanted to see him even though he had some misgivings. Why Great Master Ci Xiong still had to spend 81 days of hard work to give them an explanation. This old monk won't send you off. Jingyi bowed and said, I hope the two of you can remember your words. Master, don't worry. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua hurriedly replied. Fairy Jing also nodded in agreement. Jingyi didn't say anything else. He put away the Qiankuan bag and hurriedly flew to the mountain peak. Xiao Hua stood in the air and bowed deeply to the mountain peak where Master Ci Xiong was. Then, he flew away without saying a word. Fairy Jing knew that Xiao Hua was in a bad mood, so she didn't say anything. She silently followed behind. The two flew for half a day. Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and looked around. He asked curiously, Where are we flying to? How would this concubine know? This concubine is following behind you. Fairy Jing smiled and said softly, although Master Ci Xiong left, this concubine heard him say that if he couldn't achieve karma in this life, he would be able to in the next life. Moreover, Buddhism's cultivation is different from my Taoism. They emphasize reincarnation the most. Today's death is tomorrow's life. Today's karma is tomorrow's cause. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to be too sad. Xiao Hua nodded. He understood. He knew that he had thought of many things. Oh right, what did you give Jingyi Master? At first, he didn't want it no matter what, but in the end, he refused to let it go. Fairy Jing tried to find something to talk about. Xiao Hua smiled. He took out another Qiankuan pouch from his sleeve and tossed it to Fairy Jing. Then I'll give you one too. Oh! Fairy Jing was truly surprised. When she opened it, she unconsciously beamed with joy. So it's so much rice. Then I will kindly accept it. On behalf of the people of my country, I thank Daoist Master Xiao. That's right. If it were ordinary spiritual herbs, Fairy Jing might not lack them, and there were plenty of them in this world. But with so much rice, who could take out so much in such a short time? With so much rice at the critical moment, who knew how many lives could be saved? No wonder even the clean clothes master was moved. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the Pegasus and flying chariot rushed out of the space. He said, let's return to Blackwind Ridge. This Xiao wants to see how Xiao Jian will face this Xiao. Fellow Daoist, have you forgotten? Fairy Jing didn't get on the chariot. She sweetly smiled and said, You promised me that after arriving at the Danliang country, you would follow me to a place. Yes, this Xiao remembers. But when this Xiao was discussing with Xue Ping about going to the secret area, didn't you also say so? Xiao Hua was somewhat confused. I thought you were going to that place with me. Fairy Jing rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua. Xue Ping asked for my opinion. No matter what, he is still a junior. How can this Xiao Hua not answer? Just because this Xiao Hua gave advice doesn't mean this Xiao Hua has to go. Hihi, this Xiao Hua thought that the things inside moved Fairy Jing's heart. Xiao Hua giggled. Unexpectedly, Fairy Jing didn't laugh. Instead, she solemnly reminded him, Fellow Daoist Xiao, my Dao sect has many ruins on the hidden immortal continent. Those that are easy to find or not too dangerous have all been found by fellow Taoists. The ruins that have been found today are all left behind from the ancient times. The restrictions inside are very powerful, and the methods are also unimaginable. Although fellow Daoist Xiao's strength is outstanding, if you face the restrictions left behind by the ancient Almighty, you may not be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, according to what this Xiao Hua knows, fellow Daoist Xiao's accumulation is very deep. Now is the time to comprehend and go into seclusion. This kind of dangerous matter is mostly done by people who are unable to break through bottlenecks. Fellow Daoist Xiao is not suitable. Then what about Fairy Jing? Xiao Hua giggled as he looked at Fairy Jing. Don't be so mischievous. Fairy Jing was somewhat embarrassed and angry. I'm telling the truth. My cultivation is different from others. Although I do need some ancient items, ordinary things, I can solve them myself. Seeing that Fairy Jing was angry, Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled and said, Fairy Jing, please calm down. It's not that this Xiao Hua doesn't want to listen to Fairy Jing, but since this Xiao Hua has already made a promise, he still has to keep his promise. Moreover, this Xiao Hua also faintly feels that this trip to the secret area may have some gains. This Xiao Hua still has some confidence in himself. Fairy Jing helplessly waved her hand and said, as you wish. As for whether I will go or not, wait until you go with me to that place. That place, where is it? Why is it so mysterious? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked in a low voice. Hehe, it's a secret for the time being. We'll talk about it when we get there. Fairy Jing giggled and jumped on the flying car. I'll show you the way. All right. Xiao Hua's heart was rarely peaceful. He nodded and urged the flying car to fly in a certain direction. After flying for more than a month, the weather also changed a lot. From autumn to cold wind, and then to hot. Seeing that yellow sand and barren mountains began to appear in the surroundings, Fairy Jing's always calm face had some slight fluctuations. During this month, Fairy Jing didn't close her eyes to cultivate. Instead, she chatted with Xiao Hua. She would tell him some stories about the sea, or some interesting things about her travels in the hidden immortal continent, or some of her experiences in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Occasionally, Fairy Jing would ask him questions about her cultivation. Regarding cultivation, Xiao Hua naturally didn't hide anything from her. As for chatting, he generally just smiled and didn't say anything. He originally didn't come from the hidden immortal continent. If he spoke too much, he would naturally be exposed. As for cultivation, as soon as Buddha's relic body came out of the cave where Benevolent Master was meditating, he immediately went into seclusion. It seemed that Benevolent Master's comprehension of life and death, the corporeal body, and the relic were extremely important to body. In fact, even Xiao Hua understood that body was one of his primordial spirits. Body's corporeal body was actually his relic, and his corporeal body was the corporeal body of the Buddha's relic. Benevolent Master's so-called spirit was body, and the relationship between the corporeal body and the relic was ultimately the relationship between Xiao Hua and body. If body could comprehend this point, it would most likely be extremely beneficial to him and body. As for the place in Xiao Hua's dantian that was injured by Kong Hongwu, it had already recovered under green-robed Xiao Hua's wholehearted efforts. In particular, the 140 or so nascent souls were placed around the invisible nascent soul by green-robed Xiao Hua according to the formation of the capital star formation. The 5-chi righteous thunder had already returned to normal. Every time it landed on the invisible nascent soul, a trace of lightning would rush into the bodies of the 100 or so nascent souls. Although these nascent souls grimaced in pain, their bodies would gradually expand, and they also seemed to be nourished. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua naturally wasn't idle. Every 6 hours, he would come out of the mysterious dark cloud and release all kinds of vibrating green seal characters from his mouth. At an extremely rhythmic pace, the characters would land between the eyebrows of these nascent souls. The green seal characters would become green threads that lingered between the nascent soul's eyebrows and gradually merge with them. While the souls of these nascent souls were being repaired and their corporeal bodies were being tempered, they gradually fell into Xiao Hua's control. Green-robed Xiao Hua, on the other hand, felt as if he had just survived a calamity. After his dantian's injuries were healed, he happily lay down within the 5-chi righteous thunder to receive the lightning strikes. While enjoying himself, he narrowed his eyes and pondered on how to refine a spirit tool. Therefore, Xiao Hua's harvest during this month was also great, whether it was in experience or cultivation. Xiao Hua keenly felt the change in Fairy Jing's mood and asked in a low voice, "Are we almost there?" Fairy Jing took a rare sniff, as if she had caught a cold. She faintly glanced at Xiao Hua, then pointed at the desert in the distance and whispered, "It's in the valley over there."
Oh!
Xiao Hua was surprised. He looked at the barren land to his left and then narrowed his eyes to look at the scorching sun above. He didn't quite understand why Fairy Jing insisted on bringing him here. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. However, after only a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. Xiao Hua, you. What's wrong? Fairy Jing naturally noticed Xiao Hua's expression and asked in bewilderment, There doesn't seem to be anything funny, right? This Xiao isn't laughing. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This caused Fairy Jing to frown and faintly say, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I know it's wrong to hide it from you, but since we're already here, can fellow Daoist also tell me a story?" Of course. Seeing that Fairy Jing, who hadn't called herself concubine for a long time, suddenly called herself concubine without saying I, Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped smiling and said very sincerely, "This Xiao didn't see the place Fairy Jing talked about, but this Xiao saw something interesting. Fairy Jing will know about it after a while." This Xiao isn't laughing at Fairy Jing. That's good. Fairy Jing knew she was overthinking and blushed. She nodded and said, "Then, let's fly there." Okay. Xiao Hua pointed in a direction similar to where Fairy Jing was going. A long time ago, there was a girl who liked to cultivate. Fairy Jing sat on the flying carriage and said in an indifferent tone, as if she was really telling a story. However, Xiao Hua understood that this should be Fairy Jing's own experience, just like how he told Xue Xue. -13. Chapter 3690. Fairy Jing's story was naturally Fairy Jing's love story. It sounded very ordinary. The young Fairy Jing met a cultivator she fell in love with. Unfortunately, this cultivator was a Confucian cultivator and not a Daoist cultivator. In the beginning, the Confucian cultivator still insisted on his love and resisted the resistance from his family. Unfortunately, nothing in this world was perfect. After Fairy Jing told him about her bloodline, the Confucian cultivator was completely defeated. In his eyes, the human bloodline was incomparably noble and the bloodline of a Confucian family was incomparable. He couldn't accept that his lover had a demonic bloodline. Fairy Jing looked at the departing figure of the Confucian cultivator and collapsed on the ground. Her heart was incomparably gloomy. However, this decadence only lasted for a moment. When Fairy Jing got up, she was an incomparably strong Daoist cultivator. Moreover, her Dao heart was so firm that it was beyond ordinary. Xiao Hua, do you believe in love at first sight? Fairy Jing's face, which had turned pale because of the opening of her scar, was now somewhat flushed. Xiao Hua nodded. He unconsciously thought of Fairy Hongxia and even Juxia. I also believe in it. Fairy Jing firmly nodded. However, she immediately became a bit disappointed. However, I also know that emotions that start easily are also easily lost. Love that doesn't sharpen together won't last long. I feel that I can't compare to the love of that female cultivator in your story. Your past life. I didn't have time to participate. As for your future, I don't dare to participate. I don't think. Facing Fairy Jing's confession, Xiao Hua bit his lips. He didn't know how to face it and didn't know how to open his mouth. Fortunately, just when Xiao Hua was feeling very awkward, whoosh! A communication talisman unexpectedly flew over, and a voice came from afar. Xiao. Fellow Daoist Xiao, why are you here? Xiao Hua hastily got up and said to Fairy Jing with a smile, Fairy Jing, look, this is what this Xiao was talking about before. This Xiao laughed because he saw him. Hee. Fairy Jing felt a bit regretful. After all, she didn't hear Xiao Hua's reply. However, if he didn't reply, wouldn't she be more satisfied? Fairy Jing, who had reached the 4th grade of elemental energy, didn't know how she should face Xiao Hua's reply. When Fairy Jing raised her head, she saw a young man in scholarly robes flying over from the distance. The young man had a pleasant smile on his face. Who else could this young man be but Fujiwen? Ah! When Fu Jiwen saw Xiao Hua's Pegasus and flying chariot, he naturally knew that Xiao Hua was on the chariot. However, he didn't rashly release his divine sense. When he flew closer, he saw that there was also a female cultivator on the flying chariot. He swept his divine sense and involuntarily cast a spell. However, he couldn't help but be shocked. This female cultivator's cultivation was actually unfathomable. How could he not know that this female cultivator was a Dao sect senior? When Fu Jiwen flew closer, he immediately bowed and respectfully said, "Junior Fu Jiwen greets senior." "Get up." Fairy Jing flicked her sleeves and smiled. "I hope that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't mind. You should address him as an equal. Little friend Fu, there is no need to be so polite." "Ah!" Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Fu Jiwen was even more shocked. When he first met Xiao Hua, although Xiao Hua displayed his invincible might and charged into the Copper Pillar Nation's Imperial Academy alone, Xiao Hua's cultivation was only around the middle of the 3rd grade. It had only been a few years. How could Fu Jiwen believe that even Fairy Jing was inferior to him? However, Fu Jiwen used a spell to probe again. Just like before, he couldn't see through Xiao Hua's cultivation at all. "Hehe, little friend Fu, don't look. Even I can't see through fellow Daoist Xiao's cultivation." Fairy Jing naturally noticed Fu Jiwen's spell and smiled. Even an early nascent soul cultivator became his disciple. "What do you think his cultivation is?" "Hee." Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen's shocked face and said self-deprecatingly, "A few years ago, this Xiao took the initiative to ask someone to become his disciple. Someone even made excuses." Fu Jiwen's face suddenly turned red. Wasn't this talking about him? "Xiao. Senior Xiao." Fu Jiwen didn't dare to call Xiao Hua fellow Daoist anymore. He whispered, "Why is senior here?" "Hehe," Xiao Hua laughed, "come up and talk. You've seen this heavenly horse before." "Oh. The heavenly horse neighed and wagged its tail intimately at Fu Jiwen, as if it understood Xiao Hua's words. "Yes, sir." Fu Jiwen obediently got on the flying carriage and stood respectfully at the side. "You still remember Xiao Jian, right?" Xiao Hua knew that he would never see that unrestrained scholar in front of him again, so he asked with a smile. Fu Jiwen nodded. "Junior knows. Junior's impression of him is not very good." Junior had told senior before. "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. "This old man wants to help the princess of the Jiang country establish a country. This Xiao Jian is one of the people this old man will rely on in the future. Therefore, after this old man obtained the Imperial Master's lot at the Jade Pavilion meeting, I came to the Danliang country accompanied by Fairy Jing to investigate Xiao Jian's background. Then, what was the result?" Fu Jiwen looked at Xiao Hua's face, as if he had already understood something, but he still asked, "What else could it be?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "This old man is very disappointed. I hope this matter will not affect senior's wish to establish a Dao sect." Fu Jiwen glanced at Fairy Jing and said in a low voice, "Haha, it doesn't matter." Xiao Hua laughed. "This old man has already dealt with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. On the other hand, this old man remembers that you should be from the Yu province's Pingshan country. Why? Why did you suddenly come here?" Fu Jiwen bit his lips slightly and said, "Junior, used to be from the Yu province's Pingshan country, but now and in the future, I will no longer be from the Pingshan country, nor will I be a disciple of the Fu family." "Oh, why?" Xiao Hua was surprised. "Could it be that you were expelled from the family?" "That's right." Fu Jiwen sighed deeply. "Right now, this junior is cultivating in a hut not far away. For your wife." Xiao Hua also looked at Fairy Jing, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "Then, why did you build a hut here?" "I won't hide it from the two seniors, that's right," Fu Jiwen said with a bitter smile. "Back then, I went against my father's order and swore that I would grow old with my wife, which provoked the family's anger. However, the old housekeeper always mediated, so the family didn't send down any lightning. The old housekeeper passed away last year, and this junior no longer had any protection in the family. My father gave a restriction that if I wanted to protect my wife, I would be expelled from the family, and if I wanted to stay in the family, I would have to abandon my wife. What an infatuated man, Fairy Jing praised. After thinking for a moment, she took out a magic treasure from her Qiankuan bag and handed it to Fu Jiwen, saying, "This is something I obtained in my early years. I'll give it to you today." "Thank you, Senior." Fu Jiwen knew that a nascent soul cultivator's magic treasure was extraordinary, so he hurriedly received it and bowed to thank her. If this item is refined by a male and female cultivator together, it will have unexpected effect, Fairy Jing said with a smile. "Yes, this junior understands." Fu Jiwen said with a bitter smile, "Unfortunately, this junior can't ask my wife to come out and thank senior." "Oh, little friend Fu, what do you mean?" Fairy Jing was slightly taken aback. Fu Jiwen said respectfully, "Seniors, please don't be impatient. This junior should have reported this matter to Senior Xiao long ago. Seniors, please follow this junior to the hut, and this junior will explain it in detail." "All right." Xiao Hua patted the Pegasus and the flying carriage rushed to the place where Fu Jiwen came from. Not long after, they arrived at a tall mountain range. A small, simple house made of poplar wood was erected on a slightly shady foothill. "Seniors, please." Fu Jiwen got off the flying carriage first and respectfully invited Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing inside. Xiao Hua smiled and put away the flying carriage and Pegasus. He entered the wooden house first and saw that the interior of the house was very simple. Apart from the praying mat, there were some scrolls. The scrolls were a bit messy, and it seemed that Fu Jiwen's cultivation was very difficult. Fairy Jing looked around and glanced at Xiao Hua in surprise. Because there was no trace of a second cultivator in the wooden house, Fairy Jing didn't know where the wife Fu Jiwen mentioned was. After the two sat down, Fu Jiwen took out some spirit fruits from his small cosmos pouch and respectfully handed them over. He then said with a smile, "Didn't Senior Xiao ask before? The reason why this junior built a hut here is very simple. It's because this junior first met his wife here." "Hehe, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua smiled and picked up the spirit fruit. He tasted it and said, "Then the memories here must be very beautiful." "It's not that beautiful," Fu Jiwen said with an embarrassed smile. The situation at that time was very strange and almost scared this junior to death. With that, Fu Jiwen carefully took out a fist-sized wooden box from his bosom. Xiao Hua saw the wooden box clearly. It was the thunder amplification wood that he gave to Fu Jiwen at the auction in Zhai Xinglu that day. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he became pensive. Sure enough, Fu Jiwen took out a wooden box made of thunder amplification wood and carefully opened it. Inside the wooden box, there was a fist-sized odd-shaped jade crystal. The jade crystal was suffused with rays of multicolored light. Lines of multicolored inscriptions flowed on the surface of the jade crystal like chains. Layers of lightning mist floated on these inscriptions. "Heaven's punishment prison crystal." When Fairy Jing saw this item, her face showed surprise. She let out a low cry as if she had seen something terrifying. "Heaven's punishment prison crystal?" Xiao Hua frowned and carefully thought about it. It was as if he had never seen this item in the scrolls. Fairy Jing glanced at Fu Jiwen with dissatisfaction. She raised her hand to stop Xiao Hua's hand and then transmitted a few words. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was a bit strange. -13. Chapter 3691. On the other hand, Fu Jiwen blinked, not understanding what Fairy Jing was talking about. He then looked at Xiao Hua and Fairy Jing in surprise and awkwardly put away the wooden box in his hand. Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Xiao Hua stared into Fu Jiwen's eyes and kindly asked, "Fu Jiwen, do you know that this is a heaven's punishment prison crystal?" Reporting to Senior, "This junior doesn't know." Fu Jiwen honestly replied. Fairy Jing sneered, "Even if you don't know, does your family not know?" But at this point, Fairy Jing seemed to realize something and shook her head. "This old one understands. As the saying goes, knowing the law and breaking the law adds 3 levels of punishment. If you don't know that this is a heaven's punishment prison crystal, even if the Immortal Palace's law enforcers catch you, your punishment won't be too strict. This is your Fu family protecting you." The Immortal Palace's law enforcers? Fu Jiwen's face instantly paled. Although he didn't know what a Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was, he knew what a law enforcer was. After a while, he said in a low voice, "My Fu family is originally a small family in the peaceful mountain country. We might not be as knowledgeable as senior and might not know the origin of this item, perhaps." Fairy Jing saw that Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be faking it and said thoughtfully, "Since you really don't know the origin of this item, then you didn't purposely lead the disaster to Xiao Hua." This old one misunderstood. "Haha," Xiao Hua laughed, "Fairy Jing is overthinking. This Xiao and Fu Jiwen can be considered friends in times of trouble. He wouldn't have any dirty thoughts. It doesn't matter whether he has it or not." Fairy Jing glanced at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal floating in the clouds and said indifferently, "If this old one encounters this item of Heaven's Punishment, I will definitely throw it away immediately. The farther the better." "No," Fu Jiwen said resolutely, "this junior's wife is inside. This junior will never abandon her." Fairy Jing narrowed her eyes. She looked at Xiao Hua and said in a warm voice, "Actually, although fellow Daoist Xiao hasn't said anything yet, I presume fellow Daoist already has a plan in mind. This matter is Fu Jiwen's private matter. All the decisions are in his hand." Xiao Hua similarly did not hesitate as he spoke with a grin. "That's true." Fairy Jing nodded. She turned to look at Fu Jiwen and said, "Fu Jiwen, I can see that you're an infatuated person, so why don't you say a few more words? The decision is still in your hands." Fairy Jing pointed at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal and explained, "The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, as the name suggests, is a punishment from the heavens. It imprisons those who break the law within 3 inches of heaven and earth. Confucian cultivators had a painted ground as a prison, and this was the case when they refused to make any progress. This punishment is one of the methods the Celestial Palace uses to punish those who break the laws of the Celestial Palace. The sinner is imprisoned in the crystal and can't cultivate, talk to others, or see others. The sinner's entire world is a 3-inch well. It's worse than being a frog in a well. Moreover, during the imprisonment, there will be divine lightning from the heavens every day to destroy their body and soul. It's said that the suffering inside is unbearable for ordinary people." "I see. This junior understands." Fu Jiwen's eyes were filled with tenderness. He was very grateful for Fairy Jing's explanation. Fairy Jing continued, "Above the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal is the law chain of the Celestial Palace. Without the jade seal of the Celestial Palace, it can't be unlocked. Only at the end of the punishment will the law chain be unlocked. Anyone who dares to try to break it will be seen as going against the Celestial Palace and violating the laws of the heavens. If the punishment is light, the Celestial Palace will send celestial soldiers to encircle them. If the punishment is heavy, the Celestial Palace will send law enforcers to the lower realm to kill them." At this point, Fairy Jing paused again and looked deeply at Fu Jiwen. She said warmly, "Fu Jiwen, you are infatuated with your wife, but she clearly lied to you. She is using you." Yes, since Fu Jiwen still didn't know this was the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal, it meant that the sinner inside the crystal didn't tell Fu Jiwen the truth. The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was such an important punishment that even Fairy Jing knew about it. How could the sinner not know? If she didn't tell Fu Jiwen, wouldn't she be pulling Fu Jiwen into this whirlpool? Who would have thought that when Fu Jiwen heard this, his eyes would be filled with deep emotions? He bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, thank you for your concern for me. Things are not as you think. My wife did not deceive me. She even asked me to throw away the Heavenly Punishment prison crystal. But I really couldn't bear to do so. It was all my own doing." "Oh." Fairy Jing was a bit confused. She also knew that this matter was a bit strange. According to what she knew, the sinner inside the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal couldn't communicate with the outside world. The sinner didn't even know where they were. Even if they fell into an abyss, even if they encountered a landslide and the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was buried underground, the sinner inside wouldn't be able to escape. She didn't know how Fu Jiwen contacted the sinner inside and even called her his wife. "That's strange. Tell me about it." However, Fairy Jing suddenly realized something and hurriedly waved her hand. Wait, it's better not to talk about this. Fairy Jing said to Xiao Hua, fellow Daoist Xiao, this matter involves the law of the Celestial Palace. It's not something that Daoist cultivators like us can come into contact with. Even a first-rate scholarly cultivator clan would probably avoid it if they were to encounter it. He. How could Xiao Hua, who had even killed the Hall Master of Starlord Hall, be afraid of this? Especially Fu Jiwen, who he admired a lot. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said, Fairy Jing, don't be afraid. Let's listen first. I'm very curious. What kind of law did the woman who made Fu Jiwen fall in love with her commit? All right. Fairy Jing knew that she couldn't persuade Xiao Hua, so she could only nod. Fu Jiwen carefully put the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal into the wooden box. Looking at the time, he hid it close to his body again. He stood there and explained the whole matter in detail. It was really a sad but beautiful story. As early as a few years ago, Fu Jiwen traveled to this place. Seeing that the time was late, he rested at the foot of the mountain. When night fell, the stone wall behind Fu Jiwen suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. Then, a beautiful woman flew out from the mountain rock. Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded, and a strange ripple appeared in his heart. The woman was also very happy to see Fu Jiwen, and she immediately had a long talk with Fu Jiwen. The woman's name was Worry Cloud, and she was a mountain spirit. However, the woman was very knowledgeable and witty. Fu Jiwen only chatted with her for an hour, and he immediately regarded her as a celestial being. What made Fu Jiwen overjoyed was that the woman also had a special liking for him. Under the clear moonlight, the two of them were in love, and the heaven became the quilt and the earth became the bed. What was even more unexpected to Fu Jiwen was that after the spring breeze, without waiting for Fu Jiwen to ask anything, the woman's face immediately changed. She actually turned into a ferocious monster with a ferocious face, and wanted to devour Fu Jiwen's essence blood. It was also at this moment that the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and a thunderbolt struck the woman until she disappeared without a trace. Fu Jiwen trembled with fear and didn't dare to stay at the foot of the mountain. He used a technique to escape far away. However, after escaping, Fu Jiwen couldn't forget the woman for a long time. The woman's lovely appearance and elegant manner of speech had always lingered in his mind. Carefully thinking about everything that happened on that moonlit night, Fu Jiwen felt that something was wrong. After all, if the woman had the intention to harm him, why would she wait until the end? Not to mention the time when they first appeared, and not to mention the time when the two of them were entangled, the woman's strength seemed to far surpass Fu Jiwen's. If the woman wanted to devour Fu Jiwen, it would simply be too easy. After thinking for a long time, Fu Jiwen, who couldn't forget the woman, finally returned to the foot of the mountain and carefully searched for traces. Unfortunately, the foot of the mountain was desolate. Other than withered branches and mountain rocks, there were no clues at all. Even the absurdity of that night had long drifted away in the mountain wind. After searching for dozens of days and nights without any results, Fu Jiwen increasingly understood that no result was actually the best result. This meant that the woman was definitely not the mountain spirit she claimed to be, and was definitely not an evil person who wanted to devour the essence blood of others. Therefore, Fu Jiwen looked at the stone wall that the woman flew out from, and then used his magic power to drill through the stone wall. The cave behind the wooden house was what Fu Jiwen had done that day. Unfortunately, even though Fu Jiwen had dug out many passages in the stone wall, he still couldn't find the woman. In the end, Fu Jiwen even wanted to push down the foot of the mountain layer by layer, but when he thought that this might hurt the depressed woman that he hadn't found, Fu Jiwen stopped this crazy idea. Very quickly, a year's time had passed. Fu Jiwen faintly had a connection in his heart. It was as if that day, that moment, the woman in his heart would definitely descend again. He might as well quietly cultivate in the cave and wait for that moment to arrive. Sure enough, on the same day, at the same time, extraordinary splendor reappeared. The woman really did appear. When the woman saw that it was Fu Jiwen again, besides being shocked, her expression changed greatly. Instantly, a vicious look appeared on her face, and she prepared to kill Fu Jiwen. Facing the repulsive face, facing the slender hand that wanted to kill him, Fu Jiwen wore a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. He tore open his clothes and presented his bare chest to the woman. The woman was stunned. She actually couldn't do anything. When the woman saw the passage in the stone wall, she cried again. The woman was drunk again. She hugged Fujiwen and didn't let go for a long time. The two who hadn't seen each other for more than a year naturally had sex again. After the romance, the woman's attitude changed again. Although she wasn't as vicious as before, she still warned Fujiwen not to stay here. She also made it clear to Fujiwen that she was a mountain spirit and was different from ordinary humans. She didn't have any sense of shame or etiquette. Fujiwen wasn't the first man that she had given herself to. She was just lonely and unbearable, so she easily found Fujiwen. -13. Chapter 3692. That night's ending was no different from the first time. After the thunderbolt, the woman disappeared. However, this time Fujiwen was careful and used his divine sense to follow her. However, the moment his divine sense was released, it was immediately destroyed by the thunderbolt. Not only did Fujiwen not find the woman's whereabouts, but he was also injured. Fujiwen was unwilling to admit defeat. He immediately thought hard and used the runes of the Tian Shu in his chest as a guide to seal the areas near the cave and explore one by one. Hard work paid off. After nearly half a year of hard work, Fujiwen finally found an area in the depths of the mountain with faint lightning and found the Tianfa prison crystal inside. Although Fujiwen didn't know what this thing was, his intuition told him that this thing was the woman named Yutan. Looking at the lightning that would appear from the void above the heaven punishment prison crystal every once in a while, his heart would ache when the lightning landed inside. He could imagine how his lover would be suffering inside. Sure enough, on the same day in the second year, the Tianfa prison crystal flashed with dazzling clouds. The binding inscriptions on it broke and turned into strokes. Yutan flew out of the clouds. Worry-tan looked at Fujiwen and then at the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal in front of Fujiwen. She sighed slightly and didn't say another unpleasant word. She held Fujiwen's hand and looked at the crescent moon in the night sky. She told him how much she missed him in the past year. The two of them made love to each other until 2 hours were up. The inscriptions on the crystal recast and produced a thunderbolt that pulled the woman into it. The woman didn't mention her origin, let alone what the Tianfa prison crystal was. Fujiwen brought the Tianfa prison crystal back from the foot of the mountain. From then on, he regarded the woman as his wife and told this to his parents. Of course, Fujiwen's parents didn't agree. They even threatened to expel Fujiwen from the family and exterminate the mountain spirit. However, just as Fairy Jing had guessed, Fujiwen's parents didn't ask to see the Tianfa prison crystal and the so-called mountain spirit, Yutan. Fujiwen didn't give in. He took Xiao Rui and the old housekeeper out of the house and made a living alone. In order to help Yutan resist the sky thunder in the void, he went to Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar country, met Xiao Hua, and obtained the thunder amplification wood. I see. Fairy Jing nodded and said, it seems that this old one has wronged you and Yutan. Your relationship is truly admirable. Unfortunately, you are a cultivator of the mortal world. Your Confucian cultivation base is not high, and you have also mixed Daoist cultivation methods. It is very difficult for you to marry someone from the Immortal Palace. Not to mention that this woman has violated the laws of the Immortal Palace and is a sinner. How can you be with her? Even if you're sneaking around right now, if you're discovered by the law enforcers, you won't be able to keep your lives. I'm afraid that Yutan also knew this. That's why he decided to separate from you. He didn't want you to be implicated. Fairy Jing. Xiao Hua was a little bewildered. Didn't you say that the sinners in the heavenly punishment prison crystal are unable to communicate with the outside world? Why can this sorrow cloud come out for 2 hours every year? I can't answer fellow Daoist Xiao's question. Fairy Jing shook her head. I've only heard rumors and don't know the truth. There might be 2 possibilities. Xiao Hua nodded and said, the first possibility is that the heavenly punishment prison crystal has been in there for too long. The engraved law chains inside have already lost some of their effectiveness. That's why Miss Yutan can come out for 2 hours every year. Hihi, this possibility isn't big, Fairy Jing said with a smile. The engraved law chains are made of the immortal palace's most authentic engraved law chains. They can absorb the awe-inspiring qi from the heavenly lightning. No matter how long it has been, it can still bind the sinners. Then it's the second possibility, Xiao Hua said with a smile. The engraved law chains of the heavenly punishment prison crystal have been tampered with. Every once in a while, it has to be unlocked for 2 hours to let Miss Yutan come out for a breath of fresh air. And under this possibility, Fairy Jing nodded. Then Miss Yutan's identity is rather interesting. Indeed. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen. That Miss Yutan is most likely a member of the Immortal Palace's inner family. She has committed a great crime. Although there is the punishment of the Immortal Palace, there is still someone who can reach out and block some of it for her. Inner family? Impossible. Fairy Jing said with a smile. How could the Empress bloodline be so carelessly left in the hidden immortal continent? I'm afraid she has some relationship with the inner family, a female official, or a side branch of the Empress. However, judging from this woman's scheming, it's more likely that she's a female official. Scheming? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he understood a little. Disregarding everything else, this woman had been with Fu Jiwen for so many years without revealing any of her background. It was impossible for an ordinary woman to do that. It doesn't matter who she is. Fu Jiwen didn't care. He smiled and said, since this junior believes that she is my wife, this junior will stay with her for a lifetime. A lifetime? That's your lifetime. Fairy Jing sneered. Even if you turn into a skeleton, that woman will still live well. Unless you can cultivate to the 9th grade of essence energy. To be able to have such a wife, this junior is already satisfied. Fu Jiwen seemed to have steeled his heart. He turned a deaf ear to Fairy Jing's reminder. Forget it. Either way, it's your own matter. Xiao Hua smiled. You can decide for yourself. 2 seniors came at the right time. In a dozen or so days, worried Tan will come out. If 2 seniors are willing, this junior would like to invite seniors to see her. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and asked with an earnest expression, aside from the old housekeeper, no one has seen her yet. No need. Fairy Jing refused very simply. This old one has other matters to attend to with fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua faced Fu Jiwen's earnest gaze and said to Fairy Jing, since we're already here, why don't you wait for a few more days? Fairy Jing didn't know which heartstring had been touched. She shook her head and said, this concubine doesn't want to get involved in this kind of trouble. Of course, if fellow Daoist Xiao wants to stay, this concubine will go there myself. Fairy Jing got up and walked out of the wooden house. Xiao Hua frowned. He felt that Fairy Jing's appearance today was different from before. He nodded to Fu Jiwen and followed her out. Fairy Jing stood in front of the mountain and looked at the golden desert in the distance. She said from the bottom of her heart, Xiao Hua, everything about you is good, except for one thing. Your heart is too soft. Previously, at the Jade Pavilion banquet, I saw that you killed decisively. You were the image of an ambitious and ruthless person. That was why I admired you. But along the way, I discovered that what I saw was far from what I imagined. A person like you. Not to mention Zun Kong, even if it was Zhong Daoran, you might not be able to compare. Forget it, let's not talk about this. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. From today onwards, you and I will go our separate ways and be strangers. Oh, before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. The Immortal Palace. The reason it's called the Immortal Palace is because it's the representative of Confucian cultivators for millions or even tens of millions of years. It's far from what our declining Daoist sects can compare to. Xiao Hua frowned and said with a bitter smile, Fairy Jing, how long is the journey from where you want to go? 2 days. Fairy Jing's expression didn't change as she faintly replied. How about this? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, I can't be someone who doesn't keep his word. I'll accompany Fairy Jing to that place first and then come back. Hee hee. Actually, since we're already here, whether you go or not, It doesn't matter. Fairy Jing's misty eyes became even more hazy. Let's go, Xiao Hua said to Fu Jiwen in the wooden house and then flew into the air. Fairy Jing didn't say anything. She didn't wait for Fu Jiwen to fly out of the wooden house and flew away. One day later, in the depths of the desert, a strange mountain stood out in the dusk. The mountain was oval in shape and split in the middle. There was a dangerous path leading from the yellow sand to the top of the mountain. At this moment, aside from Fairy Jing and Xiao Hua who flew to the mountain and stood in the air, there was a man and woman who were struggling to climb the only path. Seeing Fairy Jing stop, Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled. The man and woman weren't cultivators, but they were quite agile and had a foundation in climbing. They should be using a light body cultivation technique. Even so, the almost straight-up mountain path was too difficult for the two of them. Although the two of them did not help each other at the beginning of the climb, when they were halfway up the mountain, the woman was surrounded by danger several times, and the man beside her could not help but lend a helping hand. In the end, when the man was in danger, the woman risked her life to save him. When the two of them escaped danger, what surprised Xiao Hua was that the two of them actually held hands and returned from the middle of the mountain. They didn't forget to climb to the top of the mountain. Fairy Jing also stood in the air and stared at the man and woman. She waited until the two of them landed on the ground, then rode two horses at the foot of the mountain and left. Only then did she faintly say, "Xiao Hua, what do you think this mountain peak looks like?" "A circle." Xiao Hua was stunned. He thought for a moment and replied, "Two semicircles. In fact, this is a heart, a broken heart." As Fairy Jing spoke, the corners of her eyes became moist. "Did you see those two? They were a couple. Although I don't know them, I know that they must have been trapped by love and reached a desperate situation to come to Heartbreak Mountain. The reason why Heartbreak Mountain is in such a remote desert and has such a difficult path is because of the unruffled love water. Anyone who drinks the unruffled love water will forget the person they love the most. There is love in the heavens and love in the world. Although there is unruffled love water in this world, there is no lack of lovers. Heartbreak Mountain was such a desolate place. It was meant to make people think carefully on their way here from the noisy mortal world. Did they need to forget their true love? Did they need to drink a mouthful of water of forgetfulness? The path of Heartbreak Mountain is so difficult to pass. It is also a test to see if people are willing to use life and death to erase the scar in their heart. The couple just now must have passed the test and couldn't bear to part with each other, so they gave up their earlier impulse and reconciled. -13. Chapter 3693. After she finished talking about the origin of Heartbreak Mountain and the forgotten love water, Fairy Jing held back the tears in her eyes and said with a smile, "I have already told you a story before. Now, can you accompany me to the top of Heartbreak Mountain and watch me drink a mouthful of the forgotten love water? Watch as this concubine forgets about that person." Sigh. Xiao Hua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He stared at Fairy Jing and couldn't figure out whether her words were true or false. He vaguely felt that Fairy Jing had feelings for him, but her story clearly didn't mention him. Xiao Hua really didn't know what Fairy Jing meant by this. As the saying goes, a man can't guess a woman's thoughts. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua was at a loss when facing Fairy Jing's unfathomable heart. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid, Xiao Hua thought to himself. Then, he followed Fairy Jing and slowly flew up Heartbreak Mountain. He probed in a low voice, "Is there really forgotten love water in this world? Can it really erase the love in a person's heart?" "Of course," Fairy Jing said decisively, "don't think that this is a desert where not a drop of water exists. Although the forgotten love water on Heartbreak Mountain is only the size of a fist, it can last for tens of thousands of years. There's an ancient saying, hearts are united on Heartbreak Mountain, but the person on Heartbreak Mountain is heartbroken. It's not a rumor. I've been looking for this place for thousands of years to forget that person. After a while, I drank the forgotten love water. Fellow Daoist Xiao will know when he sees it." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua suddenly understood. His heart suddenly lightened, but he sighed and said, Ari, it's really hard on Fairy Jing. Actually, sometimes, a true love is a rare memory that doesn't necessarily have to be forgotten. Hihi, for a male cultivator like fellow Daoist Xiao, it's a beautiful memory. But for female cultivators like me, it might be a disgrace. How can I cultivate when I have to face the unhappiness in my heart every day? The danger of an unstable Dao heart doesn't disappear. I'll tell fellow Daoist Xiao. Fairy Jing smiled sweetly, as if she could really forget that person after drinking the forgotten love water. Forget it, I'll listen to your decision. Xiao Hua knew that for Fairy Jing, forgetting someone was much more realistic than missing someone. This method of severing emotions was the best choice for a cultivator like Fairy Jing. While the two of them were speechless, they had already landed on the peak of Heartbreak Mountain. The mountain peak was not big, only a few 100 feet. There was a deep crack across the mountain peak, which was where the mountain peak had split open. In the center of the crack, there was a stone stool that looked like a wine cup. The stone stool was as tall as a person and was extremely clean. In the center of the stone stool was a heart-shaped groove, and within it, there was a fist-sized spring that flashed with a blood-red color. Are you sure this Wangqing water is not poisonous? Xiao Hua was a bit worried. He looked at the color of the spring water and then looked at the setting sun that was only left with a smear of blood red at the edge of the desert. At this time, Fairy Jing was really tender. Although she didn't look at Xiao Hua, her face that was looking at the setting sun in the distance revealed a kind of deep longing. She then looked at Xiao Hua as if she would never recognize him again in the future. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't worry. If it's as Fairy Jing said, this Wangqing water can only make you forget the person you love the most, then after drinking the Wangqing water, you will definitely remember this Xiao." This Xiao, sure. Fairy Jing stretched out her white hand, placed it in front of Xiao Hua's lips, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I still have a very important matter to ask of you." "Oh, is there any danger?" Xiao Hua's heart trembled. "No." Fairy Jing smiled sadly and said, "There is no danger. I just want to ask fellow Daoist Xiao that after I drink the Wangqing water, fellow Daoist Xiao must not tell the story I told you before. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be wasted." "Don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "When did Fairy tell this Xiao a story? This Xiao seems to have never heard of it." If Xiao Hua was joking like this normally, Fairy Jing would have already laughed. But today, Fairy Jing couldn't laugh no matter what. Looking at Xiao Hua's smile, and then looking at the Wangqing water in the shadows, 2 drops of sparkling tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes, falling on both sides of her cherry lips. A salty and moist taste came from her mouth. Fairy Jing's tears were like her heart, salty and bitter. From now on, there will be no distractions in my heart, no emotions to rely on, no heart to rely on, no soul to return to. What can I do when people are in front of me? There is no shadow in my eyes. A journey on the mountain, a journey on the water, the body walks towards the lonely place, the night is deep and the shadow is invisible. The wind blows, the snow blows, the noise shatters my heart's dream, there is no such sound in this world. Fairy Jing chanted in a low voice. Seeing that the sun was setting and the sky was half red, Fairy Jing's delicate body trembled slightly. She opened her mouth, and a stream of water flew out from the heart-shaped groove and fell into her mouth. Just as the forgotten love water touched Fairy Jing's tear-stained red lips, the forgotten love water condensed in the air. Fairy Jing stared at Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, thank you." Then, Fairy Jing closed her eyes and the Wangqing water fell into her mouth. After a while, Fairy Jing opened her eyes and looked around strangely. She touched her damp face and looked at Xiao Hua in bewilderment. "You. Who are you? Why do you look so familiar? Where is this?" "Ah." Xiao Hua opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had an unimaginable understanding. It was as if heavenly lightning had fallen on his head. At this moment, he finally understood that the person Fairy Jing was talking about wasn't the person in her story, but the person in front of him. Everything before was hidden from him. Fairy Jing's words in front of Fu Jiwen's log cabin were the same as Yutan's words. "This one." Xiao Hua originally wanted to introduce himself, but when he thought of what Fairy Jing said a few moments ago, He held back the indescribable feeling in his heart. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist doesn't need to know who I am. It's already late. Fellow Daoist. It's better for you to return early." "Oh, okay." Fairy Jing smiled and cupped her hands. "Although I don't know who you are, I feel very relieved. This one is called Li Jing, and my Buddhist name is Fairy Jing. I'm in charge of a seaside country in a corner of the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Daoist comes to the seaside that day, you can come to my country for a chat. Goodbye." With that, Fairy Jing urged her magic power, turned into a rainbow, and flew into the distance. Could it be? Xiao Hua watched as Fairy Jing nimbly left. His heart was truly bewildered. He looked at the already withered groove on the stone block and secretly said, Is this really the unruffled love water? The strange water that can make people and cultivators forget the person they love the most?" Xiao Hua stretched out his hand as if to test it, but just as he touched the ice-cold stone groove, he hurriedly withdrew his hand. His figure turned into the wind and flew toward Fu Jiwen's log cabin. He really didn't dare to touch the Wangqing water. He didn't want to forget the person he loved the most. Poor Fairy Jing. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. It was the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Even at the last moment, she still refused to say the love in her heart. She still buried it in the deepest part of her heart. Even if she had to bear the burden herself, she didn't want to let someone else be the burden. Actually, fellow Daoist already has a lot of dual cultivation partners. One more Fairy Jing doesn't matter. One less Fairy Jing doesn't matter. Why be so pedantic? Let the world have one more person without love. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the green-robed Xiao Hua sighed. "Alas, what do you know?" Xiao Hua said helplessly in his heart. "It's not that I don't like Fairy Jing. It's just that I like her. I haven't reached that level of love. You all know about my situation. I already owe others a lot. I don't know if this kind of love will have any results. The less I can, the less I can. Fellow Daoist dares to say that you don't miss her in your heart. Fellow Daoist dares to say that you didn't have any doubts just now." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was somewhat unwilling to let it go. If Fairy Jing had said a few more words, perhaps fellow Daoist would have thrown himself into her arms. Perhaps. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hide it from these primordial spirits. He could only admit it. However, I still admire Fairy Jing's decisiveness. She's worthy of being a cultivator in charge of a country. Although her cultivation isn't very high, her way of dealing with people is much better than my indecisiveness. Hehe, she's already at the early nascent soul stage. Her cultivation isn't high. The green-robed Xiao Hua mocked. Daoist Xiao's vision is also very high now. Alas, you all can say whatever you want. Perhaps this is fate. Actually, Xiao Hua's heart was also very uncomfortable. It was as if he had lost something for no reason. His heart was empty. Ayo! Suddenly, the green-robed Xiao Hua exclaimed. Interesting. Fellow Daoist, do you feel like your heart is being twisted by a knife? A bit, but fellow Daoist's words are too exaggerated. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He also felt the green-robed Xiao Hua's surprise. Fellow Daoist, do you have something to say? Good. The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed. Now that someone has delivered himself to your door to let you vent your anger, give I another Daoist robe. Who? Xiao Hua was about to release his divine sense when the green-robed Xiao Hua hastily shouted. Don't. If you release your divine sense, won't Daoist Huda run away? Hey! Why is Daoist Huda here? Could it be that he also wants to forget the person he loves the most? The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was also very surprised. Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. He asked, Daoist Huda is coming here. I didn't know, how did you know? Hehe, of course it's the result of fellow Daoist stealing. The green-robed Xiao Hua explained. I have been thinking about how to refine Daoist Huda's fire gourd into a sword gourd for the past few days. I still haven't killed the trace of Daoist Huda's primordial spirit in the gourd, so I can sense Daoist Huda's movements within a certain range. At this point, The green-robed Xiao Hua paused for a moment and said again. Fellow Daoist has already ordered I to refine a spirit treasure. I presume you're also thinking about how to refine your life treasure. -13. Chapter 3694. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Looking at the desolate Heartbreak Mountain in the night, he sighed and said, Fairy Jing said it well. On Cast Emotion Mountain, one's heart is united, but on Heartbreak Mountain, one's heart is broken. The night on Heartbreak Mountain is truly desolate. Over there. The green-robed Xiao Hua pointed in a direction. Xiao Hua used the wind evasion technique and flew for a while. Under the guidance of the green-robed Xiao Hua, he used the trace concealing technique to hide. Only then did he use his mind to enter his body. He saw that around the tri-colored heaven's heart in his dantian, balls of true energy were constantly surging like flames. They seemed to have some spirituality, but if one looked carefully, they would feel that this spirituality was a bit forced, or rather, it was a bit passive. It wasn't the kind of rare spirituality. Looking outside the 5 brocade cloud painting, the endless amount of righteous qi was much more vast than before. The true energy that Xiao Hua had bitterly cultivated for who knows how many years had already been condensed into true energy by the 5 brocade cloud painting. There was not a trace of impurities in his dantian. Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, how do you feel? Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at the scholar's primordial spirit and asked with a smile. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the scroll in his hand turned into countless words. These words turned into birds and fishes, or plants. Some of them turned into birds and fishes, and some of them turned into plants, and some of them turned into plants, and they covered the nearby area with green leaves. If Fellow Immortal had asked me before the year, I might have proudly shown off to Fellow Immortal. Xiao Hua indifferently replied, After all, Fellow Immortal has been tempering the true energy in your chest for the longest time. After the seal was broken, I worked hard to catch up. Now, my strength is close to Fellow Immortals. Of course, according to the realm of Confucian cultivators, my cultivation is not worth mentioning. However, Fellow Immortal from the Buddhist sect received guidance from Grandmaster C.I. Xiong and went into seclusion. His thoughts made me feel a lot. Just as Fellow Immortal has been pondering, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism have their own strengths. What is the true essence of each sect's cultivation? Perhaps I already know a little bit. Fellow Immortal, please speak. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said with a smile. Taoism's techniques are ever-changing and have the ability to reach the heavens. Whether it was the Confucian cultivators or the Buddhist cultivators, they were far inferior in this aspect. If I simply pursue the ability of Confucianism and cultivate the Tao of primordial spirit, I will follow the prescribed path of refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into heaven. In the end, I will be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. It is better for me to abandon these appearances and search for the foundation of Confucianism. When Xiao Hua heard this, he clapped his hands and said, Immortal friend is right. I also feel that Great Master C.I. Xiong's words are right. If the Buddhist sect's Fozi doesn't properly handle the relationship between the corporeal body and the Sariya, even if he reincarnates for 10,000 years, he still won't be able to reach the peak. If Confucian scholars don't understand the essence of true energy and cultivation, what can they do even if they reach the void refinement and heaven fusion stage? Daoist cultivators are the same. They don't know the foundation of Daoist cultivation. Even if they cultivate to the transcending tribulation stage, I'm afraid they won't be able to achieve anything. Xiao Hua echoed. That's why we each have our own responsibilities. There's no need to compete with each other. The so-called realm, the so-called means, they are all just appearances. Only by grasping the foundation can we achieve the great Tao. Green-robed Xiao Hua also spoke from his lower dantian. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and opened his mouth. The Imperial Star Spike and Imperial Shield flew out. He said with a smile, to be honest, I already don't want to refine these two Imperial tools. This is because the Tao of imperial tools of Confucianism is far inferior to the Tao of Daoist magic tools. It has already deviated from the foundation of Confucianism. Immortal friend, you should still slowly refine them. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "It's currently a chaotic world. You and I can't cultivate peacefully. One more life-saving means is one more opportunity to explore the essence of cultivation." Xiao Hua agreed and sucked the two imperial tools into his mouth. "Green-robed fellow Daoist," Xiao Hua said with a smile, "presumably, you also understand. The so-called life origin magic treasure is to separate a part of the primordial spirit and refine it into the magic treasure. Using one's own primordial spirit to drive the magic treasure is far more convenient than using one's divine sense to drive it. It's like another magic treasure controlled by oneself. This way, although cultivators can't refine spirit tools, with a life origin magic treasure fused with the primordial spirit, it's possible to touch the threshold of spirit tools." "Indeed." Green-robed Xiao Hua nodded. "Moreover, fellow Daoist already knew that your primordial spirit can no longer be split after going through the 3 gold lightning tribulation. Presumably, you've already given up on the idea of refining a life origin magic treasure, right?" "No." Xiao Hua shook his head. "Actually, the origin of a life origin magic treasure, other than the function that I just mentioned, has another function. I know. Among the Daoist magic skills, there is a primordial spirit entrustment technique." Green-robed Xiao Hua had read who knows how many ancient books and secret techniques. He naturally understood very well. A small part of the refining method of this life origin magic treasure was born from this. Yes, the primordial spirit entrustment technique is a great magic skill. It's impossible for ordinary cultivators to successfully cultivate it. Some almighty experts changed this magic skill and taught it to their own disciples, thus obtaining a life origin magic treasure. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Similarly, if a cultivator's main body dies, with only the primordial spirit in the life origin magic treasure, it's impossible to achieve the goal of primordial spirit entrustment technique. However, other methods can be thought of, such as possession, to leave a chance of survival. If that's the case, to be honest, I and the others, I'm afraid we're all fellow Daoists' life origin magic treasure, green-robed Xiao Hua said with a sigh. Why is fellow Daoist still entangled with the life origin magic treasure? I don't want to give up on the life origin magic treasure, not because I have to refine it, but because I want to see the mysterious primordial spirit entrustment technique, Xiao Hua replied. Unfortunately, the secret technique we obtained is abnormally incomplete. We can't see anything from it at all. Don't think about it. Fellow Daoist already has a spirit tool. In the future, when this spirit tool is complete, it may even be a spiritual treasure. Why bother about the life origin magic treasure? Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile. Speaking up to here, green-robed Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right. If fellow Daoist has nothing to do in the future, don't use the yin and yang dual magic treasure to block disasters." Thinking about Daoist Jing Ayu's cauldron, I feel a bit of heartache. Sigh, so that's how it is, green-robed Xiao Hua said, and Xiao Hua immediately understood. Although that cauldron isn't much, it contains a trace of Daoist Jing Ayu's primordial spirit. It can be considered half a spirit tool. This spirit tool is not a tool spirit. After the yin and yang dual magic treasure, it will certainly have spirituality. In the future, if there's a coincidence, it can be compared to a heavenly spiritual treasure. How can it be just a heavenly spiritual treasure? Green-robed Xiao Hua sneered. It's also possible to advance to the Xiantian realm. Fellow Daoist, you're more prodigal than I. I'm happy, so what? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. Who asked I to be rich? Not only do I have the ocean overturning seal, but I also have the Tungjiao scissors and the Kunlun mirror. Although I don't know where the other half of the Tungjiao scissors is, as long as the Kunlun mirror returns to the Dawn Rain continent and finds the golden core cultivator of the rock border sect, Chong Yefeng, I'll be able to obtain the last fragment of the Kunlun mirror. At that time, the Kunlun ruins will become. Just as he said that, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. That's right, I seem to have said this before. Why am I repeating it now? It was also at this moment of vigilance that shock appeared on Xiao Hua's face as he looked in disbelief. At the same time, green-robed Xiao Hua already understood Xiao Hua's thoughts. His figure flashed and landed in that place. This was where Xiao Hua stored his Chenkuan pouches, storage pouches, and worn-out magic treasures. An extremely ordinary storage pouch was thrown among them. Green-robed Xiao Hua didn't use any magic. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through the storage pouches one by one. He looked at the ordinary storage pouch but didn't open it. He looked up at Xiao Hua's strange expression and asked in confusion, "Fellow Daoist, isn't this the storage pouch of Tongmu City's Chen Yuming? There's a fragment of the Kunlun mirror inside. If there's no accident, it should be in the hands of Chong Yufeng. When fellow Daoist obtained it that day, you knew about it. Why didn't you think of it? Could it be, there's something in this space that you and I don't know about?" Yes. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked meaningfully at Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao above the starry sky. He said word by word, "Everything in this world is under the control of the heavenly Tao. Although you and I control this space, you and I aren't the heavenly Tao. It's impossible for us to know everything in this space. Moreover, even if we become immortals, gods, and the so-called heavenly Tao saints, don't forget, there are 50 Dayan numbers, 49 Dayan numbers, and there's still the evasive one. In this world, there's never anything that can be completely controlled." Rumble. Above the starry sky, a deafening sound was endless. The entire space was shaking. The originally vast space couldn't help but expand again. Damn it, the heavenly Tao, is there a mistake? This guy clearly forgot. This made-up reason can actually be understood. Green-robed Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He held his forehead and shouted, "Ha ha, green-robed fellow Daoist, there's no place without knowledge under the heavenly Tao. You've only cultivated for a short time, so learn slowly." Xiao Hua proudly took Chen Yuming's storage bag, took out the last fragment of the Kunlun mirror, looked at it, and threw it to green-robed Xiao Hua. "When you're refining the Kunlun mirror, think about it carefully. How did this Kunlun mirror get from Chong Yefeng to Chen Yuming? Maybe you'll know something." Huh. Green-robed Xiao Hua naturally wasn't convinced. He originally wanted to retort, but his face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He then said with a smile, "All right, this poor Daoist won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Either way, you and I will benefit. At this time, Huda is already here. How about it? Fellow Daoist, you can't let him run away this time, right? Fellow Daoist, you should watch the show from the side. When fellow Daoist makes a move, I will help fellow Daoist to kill this guy." -13. Chapter 3695. Good. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua nodded. This Hua de Zhenren is really hateful. He is especially good at borrowing power and stirring up trouble. At the Jade Pavilion conference, he was lucky to escape by using the Confucian cultivator's formation. This time, we must take his life. With that, Jade Archive Xiao Hua left his body and hid to the side to observe. In the night sky, several figures flew over from the distance. However, these figures did not fly directly. Instead, they flew and stopped. Quite a few times, they even flew in other directions. Under the moonlight, the faces of 8 cultivators appeared. The one in front was Zhai Xingzi, who was wearing an emperor's robe. Next to him was Gusu Churan, who had changed into a Taoist robe. At this time, Gusu Churan had a smile in her eyes, unwilling to leave Zhai Xingzi for a moment. Although the two were not flying hand in hand, their hearts were vaguely limitless. Behind Gusu Churan was the smiling Hua de Zhenren, but he deliberately kept a certain distance from the two and did not disturb them. Behind Daoist Hua de were 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. They all had different appearances and expressions, but all of them had respectful expressions on their faces as they carefully followed behind the 3. Zhai Xingzi accompanied Gusu Churan to a mountain peak. The two circled around the mountain and met again in the air above the mountain peak. Their faces were full of disappointment as they shook their heads. What? Isn't this the place that you two fellow cultivators are looking for? Hua de Junren flew forward and asked anxiously when he saw this. Well, fellow Daoist Hua de, it's not here. Zhai Xingzi looked at the somewhat oval mountain peak below and sighed. That mountain peak is cracked. Oh? Could it be? Zhai Xingzi is looking for Heartbreak Mountain? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Who is the female cultivator beside Zhai Xingzi? But, within 400 miles of my spiritual sense, there is no such mountain. Fellow Daoist and Fairy are mistaken? Hua de Junren was somewhat puzzled. No, it must be nearby. I know. Gusu Churan thought for a moment and shook her head. Although I don't know why, I know that as long as I find that place, I will be able to solve my confusion. That's right, this old man has the same idea. Zhai Xingzi nodded. Fellow Daoist Hua de, fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. Let's go take a look over there. Zhai Xingzi raised his hand in the direction of Heartbreak Mountain. All right. Adept Hua de felt somewhat helpless, but he still smiled and said, as long as fellow Daoist Zhai Xing and Fairy Zhai Xing can solve the mystery in your hearts, it's no problem for us to work a little harder. PH, you were the one who insisted on following us. Gusu Churan snorted as if she was looking down on Hua de Junren. Chua. Zhai Xingzi blurted out, how can you speak to Daoist Hua de like that? As expected, how do you know my nickname? Gusu Churan's face was filled with surprise and joy. I don't know either. A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face, but his eyes were the same as Gusu Churan's, showing surprise. Gusu Churan shouted, I knew it. You and I must have known each other in our previous lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Ouch! Just as Gusu Churan was pleasantly surprised, there was a sudden scream. Gusu Churan's body fell like a rock, straight towards the sharp rock beneath her. Chua! Zhai Xingzi hurriedly moved his body and immediately landed below Gusu Churan. He shouted as he was about to catch Gusu Churan. However, just as he extended his arm, Zhai Xingzi's expression changed slightly. The protective light flashing around his body suddenly disappeared. Like Gusu Churan, he could no longer stand in the air and fell towards the rock. However, just as he fell, Zhai Xingzi forced himself to change his position so that he was below Gusu Churan to prevent her from getting hurt. After doing all this, Zhai Xingzi took a deep breath. He wanted to circulate his true origin and fly up again. Unfortunately, the light on the surface of Zhai Xingzi's body flickered a few times like a candle in the wind. In the end, it was extinguished. Bang bang! With two loud sounds, Zhai Xingzi, who was a late nascent soul master, fell powerlessly on the rock. Gusu Churan landed on Zhai Xingzi's face, knocking his jade crown askew. Hua de Junren, what's going on? Zhai Xingzi raised his hand and picked up Gusu Churan who was on top of him. He struggled to stand up and sat on a big rock. He looked at Hua de Junren who was looking at him with a cold smile in the distance and asked faintly. Gusu Churan, who was sitting in Zhai Xingzi's arms, lowered her head shyly at first. When she heard Zhai Xingzi's words, she immediately came to her senses. If it weren't for Hua de Junren's plot, even if they were in danger, Hua de Junren would only need to wave his hand and they would not fall from the sky. Gusu Churan could not help but rage. Jin Yuda, you dare to plot against me? Gusu Churan's words were beyond her expectations. She could not believe it was Hua de Junren who did this. Fellow Daoist Zhai Xing, don't worry. Hua de Junren had a faint smile on his face. He did not fly closer but stood on the side. He waved his hand and the 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators quickly flew around the mountain and surrounded Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan. Hua de Junren then spoke, I just want to ask, who is this fellow Daoist with Confucian cultivation? How does she know the name of I's nascent soul? I don't remember. I don't know this fellow Daoist. Jin Yuda, you. Gusu Churan's face was a bit pale. She called out a few times but did not know what to say. You're too bold. Fellow Daoist. Hua de Junren sneered, I don't even know who you are. How is this bold? Then Hua de Zhenren looked up at the 5 mid-nascent soul cultivators who had surrounded Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan and said, "Fellow Taoists, please be the judge." This fellow Daoist appeared out of nowhere and met Zhai Xingzi alone when we returned from the Jadestage meeting. Zhai Xingzi brought her out and did not mention her origin. He only said she was Qiu Xianzi. The strangest thing is that Zhai Xingzi actually sent all the fellow Taoists away while he brought this strange Qiu Xianzi to a strange place. We have already discussed the rules that we will get after the Yaotai meeting. He has already forgotten about the rare treasures and other things that we will get. If I didn't argue with him, he would have brought the 6 of us here. Otherwise, who knows what Zhai Xingzi is up to? Zhai Xingzi looked coldly at Hua de Zhenren and did not speak. There was no sign of surrender in his eyes. If I didn't bring you fellow Taoists to follow behind them, how would we have discovered that this so-called Qiu Xianzi is not a Daoist cultivator? Perhaps she knows the simple spells of our Taoism, or perhaps she has our Taoism's mental cultivation method, but this old man can see clearly that she is a genuine Confucian cultivator. Hua de Zhenren did not hesitate to reveal Gusu Churan's background. Since we know that Qiu Xianzi is a Confucian cultivator, then, fellow Taoists, can you think about it more? We just took the pure young ancestor from Jadestage Mountain and Qiu Xianzi appeared. What does this mean? Think about it, what else can it mean? It means that Zhai Xingzi is not the Zhai Xingzi we trusted before. He is in cahoots with Confucian cultivators. And this Qiu Xianzi, if I'm not wrong, she should be someone from Jadestage Mountain's Star Lord Palace. This so-called pure young ancestor must be Star Lord Palace's bait. Zhai Xingzi wants to return the treasure we risked our lives for to Star Lord Palace through Qiu Xianzi. Damned Jin Yuda, you yourself are Kong Hongwu's subordinate Star General. You unexpectedly slander others, falsely accuse the star plucking. The matter involved the star plucking. Gusu Churan could not help but be furious, cursing. Oh, Qiu Xianzi is truly incredible. How do you know that I am Kong Hongwu's Star General? Hua de Zhenren asked thoughtfully, if you are not from Star-Lord Palace, how do you know? Since you are not from Star-Lord Palace, are you not slandering me? However, Hua de Zhenren only said this. He then said to the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, you didn't believe me before, not daring to help me kill the lackeys of Confucian cultivators. Do you understand now? Jin Yuda. Gusu Churan bit her lip, her eyes flashing with anger. You are truly despicable. Of course you know who I am, but how can I not know who you are? Gusu Churan turned to the nascent soul state cultivator next to her and said, Jin Yuda was a pawn that Star Lord Palace placed among the Dao cultivators. When I saw you all, the first person I contacted was naturally Zhai Xingzi, but the second was him. You may not have noticed Jin Yuda's expression at that time. It was very interesting. His face was ashen. Why? He was afraid I would expose his true face. Fine, now that things have come to this, I will make it clear to you. I am naturally from Star-Lord Palace, and I have an agreement with Jin Yuda. We can't expose each other's details. However, I really didn't expect that Jin Yuda, a little star general like you, would dare to make a move against me. Are you tired of living? Ari, Lady Qiu, I don't know what you are talking about. You can make up all you want, but I've always been upright. How many cultivators on Hidden Immortal Continent say that I'm from Star-Lord Palace? It doesn't matter whether you're there or not. Hua de Zhenren's face was full of sorrow. I believe I am worthy of heaven and earth. I believe I am worthy of my conscience. This is enough. Damn it. Gusu Churan was obviously not as good as Hua de Zhenren. She cursed and struggled with all her might. Unfortunately, no matter how she urged her true chi, it was useless. Heart-corroding bone? Suddenly, Gusu Churan understood and exclaimed, You actually got Star-Lord Palace's secret poison from Kong Hongwu? You really deserve to die. -13. Chapter 3696. Ari, Qiu Xianzi, why don't you honestly admit how you colluded with Zhai Xingzi? Daoist Hua sighed again. What's the point of clinging to this old man? To tell the truth, If it wasn't for the 5 fellows seeing the truth, how could this old man allow you dogs to live until today? And this old man's actions are open and above board. This old man absolutely won't be criticized. Using poison is open and above board. Gusu Churan sneered, others don't know your face, but how could I not know? Daoist Huerda righteously said, your cultivations are similar to this old man's. This old man admits he is not your opponent, but for the sake of the hidden immortal continent's safety, this old man would rather destroy his own reputation, and I absolutely won't let your scheme succeed. Good, Daoist said it well. A tall and thin cultivator praised, previously, your servant had some misunderstandings about Daoist. Now, these misunderstandings have been cleared up. In the future, if someone asks about Zhai Xingzi's death, your servant will naturally testify for Daoist. Ari, Daoist Huerda. Hearing this, Zhai Xingzi said, this old man truly underestimated you. I never expected your scheme to be so deep. Just now, this old man felt your goal was that supreme young object, pure young ancestor, but now it seems you still want to take over this old man's forces one by one. Of course, Zhai Xingzi did not know that Daoist Huerda's goal was not just these 2. The most important thing was that he was unable to kill Xiao Hua at the Jade Pavilion gathering, so he was unable to give an explanation to Kong Hongwu. Now that he saw Star-Lord Hall's star General Gusu Churan unexpectedly betrayed Yaotai Mountain, he naturally felt this was an absolutely great opportunity. He only needed to capture Gusu Churan and send her to Star-Lord Hall, and all his previous mistakes would be forgiven. Furthermore, with Gusu Churan rebelling and Jing Mushuan dead, would Star-Lord Hall not have even more Star-Lord positions? He was much closer to Star-Lord positions. It would be strange if he did not seize this opportunity. However, this idea, aside from the dead Kong Hongwu and Linghu Pyron who was currently guarding Star-Lord Hall, perhaps Gusu Churan herself was not clear. This was why she was especially shocked that Daoist Huerda would go back on his word. Daoist Huerda did not take any precautions against him. However, Huerda Zhenren laughed and said, Zhai Xingzi, you secretly colluded with Star-Lord Palace. How many disciples of Dao School have you killed in the Yaotai meeting? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Previously, I respected you because you were a pillar of my Dao sect. Now, I will kill you because you are a lackey of the Confucian cultivators. Your so-called goal is nothing more than smoke in this old man's ears. This old man disdains to lower himself to your level. Fellow Daoists. Zhai Xingzi looked at the 5 nascent soul cultivators. His piercing gaze made the 5 of them not dare to look straight at him. Zhai Xingzi said, I won't say much about other things. I admit that Fairy Qiu is a Confucian cultivator. But what I want to tell you is that when we seized the pure young ancestor, the dragon gate that should have appeared didn't appear. At that time, the entire origin formation was about to be destroyed. It was inevitable that we would all die. But at the critical moment, a rainbow bridge appeared. It was this rainbow bridge that allowed us Daoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to escape. This rainbow bridge was released by Fairy Qiu. It can be said that without Fairy Qiu, all the Dao School cultivators who participated in the Yaotai meeting would have been completely wiped out. This kind of kindness, this old man does not ask you to repay it, but you can't turn hostile and bite the hand that feeds you, right? Ah! The 5 nascent soul cultivators were obviously stunned. They also participated in the Yaotai meeting and were clear about the danger at the last moment. The appearance of the rainbow bridge was absolutely abrupt. However, they never thought that this sudden and life-saving rainbow bridge was created by Fairy Qiu in front of them. The 5 of them looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Zhai Xingzi. Huerda Zhenren laughed. You finally revealed yourself, right? Didn't you say that you didn't collude with the Star-Lord Palace? If you didn't collude with Fairy Qiu, how did you know that the rainbow bridge was created by her? This old man saw it. Zhai Xingzi was a little angry, but he still said coldly. Huerda Zhenren also sneered, this old man is strange. My cultivation is not much lower than yours. Why didn't I see it? That day, Zhong Daoran and Zun Kong were also there. Why didn't they see it? Their cultivation is not lower than yours, right? Why didn't they see it? Do you think that your cultivation is higher than all the Taoist cultivators? Zhai Xingzi was speechless. The glance between him and Gusu Churan was absolutely shocking. How could he explain it to others? How could he let others understand? So, Zhai Xingzi, why do you have to say more? Hua de Zhenren laughed grimly. You're the lackey of the Starlord Palace. You're the culprit who caused our Taoist cultivators to suffer losses in the Yarotai meeting. I didn't wrong you by taking your life. Senior Hua de. A slightly shorter cultivator was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, I think. Senior Zhai Xingzi doesn't seem to be a spy of the Starlord Palace. And it's a little unfair to determine Senior Zhai Xingzi's life based on this inference. Even if Fairy Qiu is a Confucian cultivator and a member of the Starlord Palace, doesn't Senior Zhai Xingzi have a good personal relationship with Kong Hongwu, the Lord of the Starlord Palace? This doesn't mean that Senior Zhai Xingzi has wronged us Taoist cultivators. Reverend Ming Chen, Hua de Zhenren said with a smile, I know you have some doubts in your heart. Of course, the other 4 fellow cultivators also have doubts. However, I didn't invite you here to fight. I just want you to be witnesses. When someone asks, I can tell the world that I'll end Zhai Xingzi's life today. Reverend Ming Chen looked at the 4 people beside him, who all looked a little embarrassed. However, Hua de Zhenren had made it clear. The 5 of them knew that they were no match for Hua de Zhenren, so they could only sigh slightly. Buzz. Hua de Zhenren finished his words. He had achieved his goal. He raised his hand and a magic treasure appeared in the air, making a roaring sound. Jin Yuda, how dare you? Gusu Churan felt her bones and tendons go numb, but she forced herself to straighten up. She stood in front of Zhai Xingzi and scolded, if you want to kill Zhai Xingzi, you'll have to kill me first. Zhai Xingzi deserves to die, so do you. You don't think I don't dare to kill a Confucian warrior, do you? Hua de Zhenren sneered. Gusu Churan was not afraid. She stared at Hua de Zhenren and threatened, Jin Yuda, Starlord Palace, is not the Starlord Palace you know. I can tell you clearly that even if I let you Taoist cultivators go, as long as I return to Starlord Palace, as long as I reveal my identity, that Kong Hongwu won't dare to blame me. Moreover, I can tell you clearly that even if you dare to touch a hair of Zhai Xingzi, I'll let immortal soldiers and immortal generals chop you into minced meat. Ha ha! I'm so scared. Seeing Gusu Churan shouting herself hoarse, Hua de Immortal thought Gusu Churan was just bluffing and pretending to be scared. He shouted, I can't believe a poisoned Confucian woman dares to threaten me with immortal soldiers and immortal generals. That's right. People who have been poisoned by the heart and bone corroding poison cannot threaten you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the air. 6 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of gold core disciples of the Nu country were poisoned to death by you. The state preceptor of the Kujiang country, the state preceptor of the Fu country, and the state preceptor of the Lingcheng country were also killed by you. There were also 4 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of gold core cultivators from the Luoshui country and Jingyu country of Yongju. You also shamelessly offered the monarch of the Luoshui country, Luo Qing, and Jihong Fairy of the Yongju country to Jing Mubai of Starlord Palace. Jin Yuda. Do you think these Taoist cultivators who were poisoned by you can't threaten you? You. Who are you? After hearing these words, Hua de Daoist was scared out of his wits. These were his absolute secrets. He thought that he did it without anyone knowing. Outside of Kong Hongwu and Jing Mubao, no one else knew about it. But now, it was suddenly exposed by someone. How could he not be frightened? At the same time, he released his divine sense and frantically scanned the source of the voice. However, just as Hua de Zhenren released his divine sense, the voice sounded from another place. It was cold and terrifying. Who I am is not important. What is important is, what did you do? You are Kong Hongwu's lackey. How dare you sow discord and slander Zhai Xingzi? Although I don't know if Zhai Xingzi is a spy of Starlord Palace, looking at you jumping up and down, I know he is being slandered. Go to hell. How could Hua de Zhenren dare to let the voice speak again? He activated the magic treasure in his hand and a flame flew out, rushing towards the source of the voice. However, just as the flame flew out a few feet, Hua Dezhenren's body was overflowing with brilliance. A fist of several feet in size attacked Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan. Moreover, Hua Dezhenren did not wait for the fist to completely hit Zhai Xingzi, who was no longer able to resist. He immediately turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. Everything was done in a split second. Hua Dezhenren made a prompt decision. Zhai Xingzi roared, "Qiu, get out of the way." As he spoke, starlight shone above Zhai Xingzi's head and countless runes surged out. Gusu Churan's expression changed greatly and she shouted, "Zhai Xingzi, don't!" Obviously, Gusu Churan had seen Zhai Xingzi's determination to sacrifice himself to protect her. He. Even your natal magic treasure has been taken by me. Why are you still so arrogant? At this critical moment, the entire mountain peak was suddenly enveloped by an incomparably powerful restrictive formation. Xiao Hua's tall and thin figure slowly appeared in the sky. His pair of phoenix eyes flashed with ridicule, and he was still holding a fire gourd in his hand. -13. Chapter 3697. Xiao Hua. Hua Dezhenren felt his whole body sink into a quagmire. Moreover, this restriction was becoming harder and harder. Not only was his body unable to move, but it was also difficult for the world's yuan qi to flow in. When he heard the voice, although he didn't look back, Hua Dezhenren still screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He really didn't expect to meet Xiao Hua here. Daoist Master Xiao? At the same time, 3 of the 5 Yuanying middle-stage cultivators were shocked, as if they had heard of Xiao Hua's name. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He glanced at them and didn't pay any attention to them. He smiled at Zhai Xingzi and said, "What a good match. If you were to use your secret technique now, then this fairy Qiu's hatred would be endless in the future." Fellow Daoist. Zhai Xingzi's secret technique was naturally blocked by Xiao Hua and couldn't be completed. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were many Daoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent, but who would dare to say such words to Zhai Xingzi? Wang. Hua Dezhenren didn't dare to be negligent. His whole body was covered in flames. Waves of abnormally strong fluctuations were produced from his body. Xiao Hua's restriction immediately began to collapse. Following the loosening of the restriction, a thin crimson crystal thread flew out from Hua Dezhenren's head like an arrow. Immediately after, a violent explosion was produced. A passage of fire was immediately revealed. Hua Dezhenren's body suddenly turned into a rainbow and flew out of Xiao Hua's restriction in a flash. Seeing Hua Dezhenren escape, Xiao Hua wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and said, "Damn it, old man Hua, look at you. Your life source magic treasure is in my hands. Where can you run to?" While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hand. A golden light chased after him like a thunderbolt. At the same time, a light pillar also shot out from Xiao Hua's head like lightning. What was special was that between Xiao Hua's curved eyebrows, a layer of dark green brilliance emerged. Hundreds of soul strands, which were invisible to the naked eye, stretched out from the delirium dharma eye and landed on the fire gourd. Sizzle. A series of noises, which sounded like water droplets falling into a pot of oil, was heard. A faint shadow was dragged out from the fire gourd by the soul strands. Looking at the appearance of the shadow, wasn't it Hua Dezhenren? Those who deserve to die, will die in the end. No matter how many times you escape, Xiao Hua indifferently said as several hundred soul strands stirred with a shua sound. Daoist Xiao, save me. Daoist Xiao, save me. Daoist Hua's primordial spirit screamed crazily, as if he was in extreme pain. Fellow Taoists from the Nu nation won't let you go. Fellow Taoists from the Kujiang nation, the Fu nation, and the Lingcheng nation won't let you go. The Luo River nation, Jingyu nation, and Fairy Ji Hong also won't let you go. Xiao Hua coldly said. With a twist of his soul thread, Daoist Hua's primordial spirit immediately turned into a blue dot and scattered in the air. Ah! In the distance, Daoist Hua also screamed in pain as his primordial spirit was destroyed. He held his head with his hands and rolled in the air. How could he still have the strength to escape? In fact, as early as when Xiao Hua obtained Daoist Jing Ayu's natal magic weapon, he could also control it like this. However, Xiao Hua's soul cultivation realm was still low at that time, and his primordial spirit was not as solid as Daoist Jing Ayu's, so he didn't dare to try it. Now, facing Daoist Hua, it was really easy. The primordial spirit inside the fire gourd was destroyed, and the brilliance of the magic weapon was completely restrained. Xiao Hua turned his hand and threw it to the green-robed Xiao Hua. Moreover, at this time, the dragon-like golden light had already flown to the left of Daoist Hua. With a wave of the dragon's tail, catcher sounds were heard. Daoist Hua's protective armor was immediately cut open. The golden light protecting his body was also cut into two under the golden light. Pu. Following the destruction of his physical body, a 3-feet-long baby's hands were empty. His pale face carried severe pain, and his eyes were also filled with resentment. Xiao Hua, just you wait. Daoist Hua's primordial spirit screamed, if I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Just wait for Star-Lord Palace to chase you to the ends of the earth. After saying that, a 3-colored cloud accompanied the golden light flashed, and Daoist Hua's primordial spirit disappeared in an instant. Peng! The Kunlun mirror's beam of light crossed the sky, paused at the place where Daoist Hua's primordial spirit stopped, and then shot towards the void several hundred feet away. As the light fell, another miserable cry was heard. The late-stage Daoist Hua had actually teleported several hundred feet away in the blink of an eye. However, the pitiful Daoist Hua had really met his nemesis. Even if he had teleported to the void, he was still swept up by the Kunlun mirror's beam of light and was sucked into the broken Kunlun paradise. In the future, perhaps it would be green-robed Xiao Hua's excellent robe again. Seeing the seemingly invincible Daoist Hua being killed by Xiao Hua in a few rounds, the eyeballs of the 5 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators almost fell out. Aside from the 3 cultivators who had previously shouted out Xiao Hua's name, the other 2 were pale. They stared blankly at Xiao Hua destroying Daoist Hua's corpse and keeping the Chenkuan pouch. He turned his head to look at them with a smile. Daoist Hua, please spare our lives. The 2 cultivators saw Xiao Hua's gaze and suddenly woke up. They hurriedly bowed and said, we were also deceived by Daoist Hua. Xiao Hua sneered and looked at the 3 people. These 3 people's appearances were very unfamiliar. Xiao Hua didn't know when he had seen them, so he asked, do you know this old man? Are you not afraid that this Xiao will kill you? Seeing this, the 3 people looked at each other. One of them hurriedly said, let me tell you, Daoist Xiao, this junior has never seen Daoist Hua before. However, this junior's good friend is Qin Ying. He was saved by Daoist Xiao at the Yarotai gathering. After he left the Yarotai gathering and said goodbye to Zun Kong Shangren, he met this junior. This junior heard him talk about Daoist Xiao's righteousness, especially what Daoist Xiao said, although I have traveled half a li earlier, I know that I am a disciple of the Dao sect, but I am also a human. The word human is easy to write, but human actions are difficult to do. Don't do small kindness, don't do small evil, this is a human. Without a human, without humanity, where would the Dao foundation come from? Where would the Dao skills come from? Only by being a good person can you be a good cultivator, can you truly comprehend the Dao of heaven. This really made him have a deep understanding, and also made him admire Daoist Xiao. That's why this junior remembers Daoist Xiao, that's why, this junior is not afraid, because this junior did not do anything wrong, and is not afraid of Daoist Xiao coming to find me. Yes, this junior's good friend is Daoist Zhen, he also said the same thing. Another cultivator hurriedly said. This junior's good friend is Tsung Yunzi, he followed senior Zhong Daoran. The last cultivator also hurriedly explained, this junior knows that Daoist Xiao will not kill the innocent. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. These 3 cultivators all heard of his name, he could be considered to have some reputation in the hidden immortal continent. Although killing Daoist Hua would provoke Star-Lord Palace's anger, but would Star-Lord Palace's anger be limited to this? He also wasn't afraid of this matter being leaked. Of course, Xiao Hua himself also knew that even if these 5 people didn't know him, he couldn't kill them to silence them. You all, make a blood oath. Xiao Hua glanced at Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan on the mountain rock and said, if what Daoist Huda said is a lie, then what Zhai Xingzi and this Qiu Shenzi said is true. We can't repay the kindness, but we also can't bite the hand that feeds us. Don't let Star Lord Palace know about Qiu Shenzi's matter. Good, Daoist Xiao is right. The 5 cultivators knew that this matter was no small matter. No matter how generous Xiao Hua was, he still had to protect his life first. Xiao Hua said Qiu Shenzi, but he might be hinting at Daoist Huda. The 5 cultivators hurriedly made a blood oath to not leak tonight's matter. Then, they very gratefully cupped their hands towards Xiao Hua and turned into rainbows and left. Haha, Zhai Xingzi, we meet again. Xiao Hua smiled and landed on the mountain rock. He tilted his head and looked at Zhai Xingzi, who was holding Gusu Churan. Gusu Churan naturally didn't know that Zhai Xingzi had said bad things to Xiao Hua after leaving Yaotai Mountain. She was very shy in front of Zhai Xingzi, but in front of others, she was very bold. Now that the danger was over, her eyes rolled and looked at Xiao Hua. She didn't care that she was lying in the arms of a male cultivator. Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao? Gusu Churan asked strangely, you're very powerful. How come I've never heard of your name? It seems, at the Yaotai Mountain gathering, you were also seriously injured. I'm just a nobody. Xiao Hua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. I can't afford to be remembered by a big shot. And I can't afford to be misunderstood by a big shot. TCH, you're still a nobody? Gusu Churan said disdainfully, how can a person who can make Jin Yuda, a late nascent soul cultivator, flee at the first sight of him and easily kill Jin Yuda with just a magic treasure be a nobody? It's just that you hide it so well that others can't see it. Since that's the case, Churan Fairy should quickly forget about me, Xiao Hua said with a smile, but he didn't go forward. Zhai Xingzi didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so narrow-minded. He sighed and said, Daoist Xiao, previously this old man had eyes but failed to see and was deceived by old man Huda. I didn't know that Daoist Xiao was the real chivalrous person and spoke ill of Daoist Xiao. This old man apologizes to this person. Hihi, look at what fellow Daoist said. How foreign. You and I are both Daoist cultivators. Even if my bones are broken, my muscles are still connected. How can I put a little misunderstanding in the bottom of my heart? Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and looked embarrassed. But when he looked at Zhai Xingzi again, although he was apologizing, his face was still proud, as if this strength of character was innate. If it weren't for Gusu Churan in front of him, Zhai Xingzi probably wouldn't even be able to say these soft words. Seeing that Xiao Hua still didn't go forward and still had a smile on his face, Zhai Xingzi suddenly understood and a bitter smile appeared in his eyes. He knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not an otherworldly expert. He immediately said in a loud voice, Daoist Xiao, this old man can't thank you enough for saving me today. This old man sees that you and old man Huda are both good at fire attacks. This old man obtained the pure young ancestor on Yaotai Mountain, but it's useless in my hands. -13. Chapter 3698. Ayo, you can't do that. When Xiao Hua heard this, he smiled from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, this Xiao doesn't even know what the pure young ancestor is, so how would I know that I'm useful? It's not too late to talk about it later, right? Xiao Hua walked towards Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, he was reassured by Xiao Hua's attitude. If a person had no greed, then, could he still be called a person? Moreover, if Xiao Hua accepted his gift of gratitude, he would definitely do his best to detoxify him. How can that be? Zhai Xingzi smiled, I'm a man of my word. Since I've said it, I can't take it back. If you don't believe me, you can take the jade box out of my Chenkuan bag. All right. Xiao Hua nodded, if you're really useless, then I'll accept it. However, it's not too late to wait until you're able to move. Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan awkwardly. I only know some basic detoxification techniques. I'm afraid I can't detoxify Star-Lord Palace's secret poison. Since Churan is from Star-Lord Palace, you must know how to detoxify it. Gusu Churan was furious. This heart-corroding, bone-corroding poison is controlled by Star-Lord Palace's Palace Lord. How can we have it? Damn Jin Yuda, I really want to chop you into minced meat. However, Gusu Churan looked at Zhai Xingzi embarrassedly, afraid that Zhai Xingzi wouldn't like it. Alas, old Huda really did bad things. Fairy Ji Hong was such a good girl, yet she was harmed by him. I didn't think of it. Zhai Xingzi sighs. He glances at Xiao Hua and asks curiously, that's right, Daoist Master Xiao, are the things you said true? Even Chua doesn't know about these things. Huda Zhenren felt that only he, Jing Muxue, and Shangguan Yiran knew about this evil deed. But he didn't know that everyone would show off. The immortal generals of Star-Lord Palace were also like this. Jing Mushue's drunken show-off fell into the ears of Star Sun Horse Taisha Zhanran. Xiao Hua searched Taisha Zhanran's soul and naturally knew about it. However, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't say it out loud. He only smiled and said, this Xiao doesn't know if these are true or not. I just took some cases from several hundred years ago and made up some nonsense. Who would know that it was really done by old Huda? If there's a reason, I'm afraid it's because the Tao of Heaven is clear. Xiao Hua, take the Star Child away and send me back to Star-Lord Palace. Gusu Churan said, Kong Hongwu won't dare to make things difficult for me. I'll go find you after I get the antidote. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Star-Lord Hall must be in a mess right now. Kong Hongwu was dead, so where could Gusu Churan get the antidote? Besides, with Star-Lord Palace's current vigilance, would Gusu Churan come out after returning? Of course, Xiao Hua had Kong Hongwu's Chenkuan pouch in the space. It might also have the antidote, but Xiao Hua wouldn't take it out unless he had no other choice. Chua, you can't go back. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Starchild whispered, you saved my Dao sect cultivators. Even if Kong Hongwu doesn't dare to touch you, what about the others? You'll only be walking into a trap if you go back. But if I don't go back, how can you cure the poison? Gusu Churan whispered, this is the heart-corroding bone, a poison that kills the nascent spirit and nascent soul. So it's like this. Starchild smiled and said to Xiao Hua, how about this, Daoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you. Send me and Chua back to Star-Lord Palace and say that you captured us, Starchild. Gusu Churan saw that Starchild was just against her going back. Now that she heard that the poison could harm the nascent spirit, she knew that he was thinking for her safety. She whispered, although I don't know why I'm so in love with you, you'd better not go. You'll only die in vain. I'll be happy to accompany you in death. Starchild looked at Gusu Churan with the same expression, although I don't know why, when I see you, I can't take my eyes off you. Alas, it's a pity that we still haven't found the unforgettable place. Gusu Churan sighed. Hehe, it's really funny. Xiao Hua laughed from the side, it's really a touching scene of a couple in love. But have you all forgotten? How far is this place from Yaotai Mountain? Even if I fly there, can you all last until then? Alas, not bad. Gusu Churan let out a long sigh. Starchild, with our cultivation, the heart-corroding, bone-corroding poison can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, our nascent spirits will start to fester and slowly spread to our bodies. Finally, we'll turn into sewage and even our souls won't be able to escape. It's okay. Starchild didn't seem to be afraid. He looked at Gusu Churan and said, I've lived for 1,000 years and have long been tired of living. Since I met you today, even if I die, so what? It's just that these 3 days are really too short. It's hard to let you and me live freely in this world. Starchild, me too. Gusu Churan also had a sweet smile on her face. Xiao Hua was really moved and said with a smile, how about this, since you only have 3 days to live, I'll take you to the unforgettable place first. Ah, Xiao Hua, do you know where it is? Gusu Churan's voice trembled with excitement. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh and nodded solemnly, it's not just the unforgettable place for you too, It's also the place where the hearts of countless couples in the world have been broken. After speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hand and a cloud wrapped around the two of them and flew to Heartbreak Mountain with Xiao Hua. While flying, Xiao Hua asked about the appearance of the heart-corroding bone-corroding poison in detail, as well as the symptoms of poisoning. He secretly thought about how to detoxify it. After all, Xiao Hua had an ancient secret technique to fight poison with poison, so he could give it a try. Heartbreak Mountain. Yes, this is Heartbreak Mountain. When they arrived at Heartbreak Mountain, the sky was already bright. In the dawn, the mountain that looked like a broken heart was particularly conspicuous in the desert. Gusu Churan saw it and cried out loudly with tears in her eyes. Even Star Child couldn't help but shed tears on his resolute face and dignified tiger eyes. You're right, Cho-er, this is Heartbreak Mountain. There's forgotten love water on it. You and I weren't fated in a previous life, but in this life, it's just that, you and I were forced to drink forgotten love water, so we don't know each other anymore. It's a pity, humans are humans because of love. With love, there's each other, there's hidden immortal continent. Naturally, the forgotten love water can temporarily erase the memories of the lovers, but the love in the heart has a seed, so it won't disappear. Time can't destroy this seed. As long as the lovers meet, no matter how far apart they are, no matter how long they've been apart, the seed will break through the ground again and grow into a towering tree. Looking at Star Child and Gusu Churan holding hands and sitting in front of the stone block, Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh. One night ago, at dusk, an infatuated woman drank the forgotten love water and left. One night later, at dawn, two infatuated men and women used love to erase the forgotten love water's effects and came here because of love. Everything in the world was strange and variegated, but this was it. Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan hugged each other as they sat down. They appeared very warm and cozy under the sunlight. After a long while, Zhai Xingzi lifted his head and smiled at Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao, thank you for bringing Cho-er and me here. I am more grateful than if you had saved our lives. I've given you everything in my Chenkuan bag. Everything I've learned in my life, and the forces I control. I've also given them all to you. Fellow Daoist has my Dao sex inheritance in your heart, so you'll definitely treat these cultivators well. I have no more regrets to be able to meet Cho-er again in this life. Cho-er and I only have 3 days left to live, we want to quietly spend our last days. No way. Xiao Hua was a bit dumbfounded, but looking at Gusu Churan's tranquil smile, he already understood what the two were thinking. At this moment, even if he had the power to overturn the 3 realms, so what? How could it compare to the happiness of being close to the person you love the most? Fellow Daoist Xiao. Gusu Churan also smiled. I won't hide it from fellow Daoist, I'm a sinner of the Immortal Palace, I've been demoted to Star Lord Palace to confess my crimes. My things are also in my Chenkuan bag, fellow Daoist can also take them. If you're fated, you can bring them to the Immortal Palace. If not, fellow Daoist can take them yourself. Immortal Palace? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, he had an idea and smiled. Fellow Daoists, your friendship is so deep that it can move heaven and earth. Today, we've finally reunited. I originally shouldn't disturb your last moments of peace. However, if fellow Daoists can help those 2 couples in the same situation as you two, wouldn't it be more meaningful than waiting for death here? What do you mean by that? Star Child was a bit confused. After all, he and Gusu Churan were both crippled, how could they help others? Does Fairy Chiu know about the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiao Hua asked. Gusu Churan was stunned, she turned to look at Star Child. The two exchanged glances and nodded, I know. Thus, Xiao Hua told Gusu Churan and Star Child about Fu Juwen, then looked at the sky and said solemnly, counting with my fingers, in 2 days, that Lady Yutan should come out. If Fairy Chiu can help the 2 of them, even if the 2 of you can't spend your last days in peace, wouldn't you be able to do great deeds? You should go. Without waiting for Gusu Churan to speak, Star Child said decisively, such a sentimental little guy, how can we not help? Hehe, I'll listen to Star Child's instructions. Gusu Churan replied sweetly, then said to Xiao Hua, however, I can't guarantee that I can help. After all, the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal needs the jade seal inscription of the Immortal Palace to open. I can only give some suggestions or ideas. -13. Chapter 3699. Hearing Qiu Xianzi talk about the jade seal inscription, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He said with a smile, "Well said, Qiu Xianzi. This Xiao has been thinking hard for a long time, but I don't know how to help you two detoxify. This inscription has enlightened this Xiao. If you two don't worry, this Xiao can try to cure it, but this Xiao can't guarantee." Really? Gusu Churan was overjoyed. But Zhai Xingzi frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Daoist Xiao, if we don't go to Fujiwen's place, can you help us cure the poison?" Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi and said seriously, "Daoist Zhai Xingzi, do you think this Xiao is the same as old Huda? This Xiao just didn't know how to cure the poison." Hearing Qiu Xianzi's words, this heart-corroding bone-corroding poison was refined by the Immortal Palace. It must be tried from the perspective of a Confucian cultivator. But Gusu Churan nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, but Daoist Xiao knows my Confucian cultivation method. Qiu Xianzi doesn't need to worry about this. Let this Xiao think about it carefully first. Saying this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and pulled the two up from the mountain rock. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet and he took the two to Fu Jiwen's wooden house. A day later, Xiao Hua took Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan to Fu Jiwen's wooden house. Looking at the small wooden house and the cave on the stone wall, Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan knew that Xiao Hua was telling the truth. When Fu Jiwen came to greet them, the two's expression was very good. However, Fu Jiwen was stunned. He knew that Xiao Hua would definitely come back and that Xianzi Jing might not necessarily follow. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to bring two dispirited seniors. However, Fu Jiwen didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly tidied up the house and invited the two seniors to sit. Seeing the two of them sit down, Fu Jiwen brought up some spirit fruits that didn't seem to be anything special. Xiao Hua waved his hand and had Fu Jiwen leave the wooden house. Afterwards, his face changed into a layer of solemnity, and he said in a deep voice, "This Xiao has two pieces of news, one is bad news, the other is good news. I don't know which one the two fellow immortals want to hear first." "Good news." Gusu Churan smiled. "But there are still 2 days left. Wouldn't it be better to be a little happier?" Zhai Xingzi shook his head and said, "Let's hear the bad news first and leave the good news for last." "Hehe, I'll listen to you." Gusu Churan was clearly a strong woman, but in front of Zhai Xingzi, she was so timid and obedient. "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. "The bad news is that after thinking about it for a long time, I still feel that my detoxification skills are too shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cure the two of you. You haven't tried it yet, how do you know it won't work?" Gusu Churan immediately shouted, "Why don't you try it on me right now?" I'm not afraid. Chioa tilde Zhai Xingzi hurriedly said. "If you want to try, you should try it on me. Why are you snatching it?" "Of course not." Gusu Churan retorted, "In this life, I've let you do whatever you want, but today, you have to listen to me. Since you've been listening for a lifetime, why?" Zhai Xingzi said. Suddenly, his heart moved. Looking at the smile on Xiao Hua's face, he couldn't help but laugh. "Daoist Xiao, then, what's the good news?" At this time, Zhai Xingzi seemed to understand something. Xiao Hua was definitely not the kind of cultivator who was inflexible. Instead, he liked to watch others make a fool of themselves. Cough cough. Xiao Hua awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Chioa is really impatient. Why didn't you wait for this Xiao to finish? You didn't say it yourself, and you said I was impatient." Gusu Churan of course also realized that Xiao Hua was laughing at her. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and said, "The good news is naturally, this Xiao found the antidote from Old Man Huoda's universe bag." "Impossible." Gusu Churan immediately shouted, "Even I don't have this kind of secret medicine, How could Jin Yuda have it? Xiao Hua shrugged and said very confidently, this Xiao doesn't know. Anyway, if you don't want to take it, I'll throw it away. With that, Xiao Hua pretended to throw it away. This old man will try it first. Zhai Xingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and hurriedly said, I'll try it first. Gusu Churan rushed to say. Xiao Hua walked in front of Zhai Xingzi and rolled his eyes at Gusu Churan. Chuo is a fairy of the immortal palace. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? You can watch from the side first. You. Gusu Churan pouted. Her grey face showed a kind of anger, as if no one other than Zhai Xingzi could make her suffer like this. Xiao Hua opened the jade bottle and a refreshing sweet fragrance immediately spread out. Xiao Hua pointed his finger and a drop of milk-like juice fell into Zhai Xingzi's mouth. Gusu Churan had never seen a real heart and bone-corroding antidote before. Her eyes unconsciously widened and her heart jumped as she stared straight at Zhai Xingzi. After the antidote entered his mouth, Zhai Xingzi immediately closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. His eyes were dim and he slightly shook his head. Impossible. Xiao Hua scratched his head and looked at the antidote in his hand. This should be. At this time, Zhai Xingzi's slightly regretful voice sounded, alas, it's a pity that this is the antidote. Otherwise, this old man would like to see Daoist Xiao's detoxification technique, Che. Xiao Hua flung his hand and threw the jade bottle at Zhai Xingzi, not caring whether Zhai Xingzi could really move or not. Zhai Xingzi rarely teased Xiao Hua. Gusu Churan was just in a good mood. At this time, Xiao Hua immediately threw the jade bottle and hurriedly shouted, catch it, Xingzi. Of course, Zhai Xingzi was very anxious. The antidote was not wrong, but how could it be so effective? Zhai Xingzi's primordial spirit and Yuanying had just recovered. His limbs were still stiff and it was impossible for him to catch the jade bottle. Seeing the jade bottle fall on his body, Zhai Xingzi was flustered. After catching the jade bottle with great difficulty, his forehead was already covered with sweat. As a late Yuanying master, Zhai Xingzi seemed to have never been in such a difficult situation. However, at this time, Zhai Xingzi did not have any superfluous thoughts. He hurriedly clumsily took the jade bottle and poured the antidote into Gusu Churan's mouth like an old man of thousands of years. After a drop of antidote entered her mouth, Gusu Churan hurriedly closed her eyes. She opened her eyes in an instant and said with a smile, Xingzi, Zhenren is right. This is the antidote to the heart and bone erosion. This Jin Yuda really has Kong Hongwu's trust. That's good. Zhai Xingzi had just opened his mouth when the jade bottle in his hand flew back into Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua's faint voice could be heard. This kind of poison that can kill without leaving a trace is really a good item to have at home. I have to keep this antidote for myself. Hee hee. Zhai Xingzi was in a very good mood after surviving a disaster. He took out a small Chenkuan bag from his arms and handed it to Xiao Hua. There is the pure young ancestor that I got from Yaotai Mountain. There is also the jade eye in the jade box, which is the way to unlock the inscription seal. I haven't had time to see it yet. You can see it yourself. Good. Xiao Hua was not polite. He took the small Chenkuan bag and put it in his arms. Cough cough. Zhai Xingzi coughed twice and said, Zhenren Xiao, there are also some jade slips in the small Chenkuan bag. They are the secret books of my Dao cultivator lineage. Please return them to me. Oh, is that so? Xiao Hua put his hand into his bosom and was about to take out the small Chenkuan bag. However, after taking out half of the Chenkuan bag, he stopped there. Xiao Hua tilted his head and asked curiously, what is the secret book of your lineage about? This. Zhai Xingzi looked at the small Chenkuan bag and hesitated for a moment before saying, when I was young, I obtained some secret techniques about the power of stars. Oh, no wonder. I understand now. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, no wonder you call yourself Zhai Xingzi. When I heard the name Zhai Xingzi, I couldn't help but think of Zhai Xinglu. I thought you were the shopkeeper of Zhai Xinglu. Oh, do you know Zhai Xinglu? Could it be that I didn't recognize the mountain? I've heard of Zhai Xinglu. However, I don't have any relationship with Zhai Xinglu. It's just that my name is a little coincidental. Zhai Xingzi was now somewhat regretting that he had impulsively given the small Qiankuan bag to Xiao Hua. However, it was still all right. The small Qiankuan bag was right in front of Zhai Xingzi's eyes. He reckoned that Xiao Hua wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Xiao Hua nodded and took out the small Qiankuan bag from his bosom. However, he stopped as if he had thought of something again. He didn't return the small Qiankuan bag to Zhai Xingzi. Instead, he blinked his eyes and asked, "Then has Zhai Xingzi been to Zhai Xinglu before? I once saw a map of the stars in Zhai Xinglu and was deeply moved by it." Cough cough. Zhai Xingzi coughed again. He shook his head and said, "I've never been to Zhai Xinglu before. If I have time in the future, I'll go back and take a look. Daoist Master Xiao, please take the jade box away and return the Qiankuan bag to me." "Oh, all right." Xiao Hua opened the small Qiankuan bag with a smile. He took a look and said with a smile, "Fellow Zhai Xingzi, you have a lot of private collections. Hehe, it's nothing much. It's just some junk." Zhai Xingzi smiled as he watched Xiao Hua take out the jade box. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, "That's right. Fellow Zhai Xingzi, why didn't you open it and take a look?" Zhai Xingzi was startled. He smiled and said, "Didn't I say earlier that I wasn't interested in the pure young ancestor? What I wanted was the Azure Abyss Dragon saliva. However, that item was taken away by Zhong Daoran and Zun Kong, so I could only take this item. As for the other treasures on Yarutai Mountain, I wasn't interested in them. Therefore, I never opened them." At this point, Zhai Xingzi hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I have a secret technique that I haven't been able to make any progress in. It requires the help of a treasure with the power of the stars and moon. Therefore, I wanted to use this item to exchange for a treasure with the power of the stars and moon." However, before I could say anything, I was framed by Huoda. -13. Chapter 3700. Really? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "That's really too much. I don't know if it's my fate or Zhai Xing's." "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhai Xingzi was stunned. He looked away from the small universal pouch in Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua looked very excited. He glanced at Gusu Churan and said, "I have an appointment with a Daoist cultivator from the Single Liang Kingdom. We'll go treasure hunting somewhere in the Jing province in a month." "Single Liang Kingdom?" Zhai Xingzi frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked, "Which Daoist is the state teacher of the Single Liang Kingdom? How come I've never heard of him?" Even if Zhai Xingzi didn't mention the state teacher of the Single Liang Kingdom, Xiao Hua would have thought of a way to mention it. Now that Zhai Xingzi was so cooperative, he immediately told Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun's story with a smile. He then explained, "That Daoist isn't a state teacher. I just happened to meet him. However, I heard from him that it's an ancient ruin. His cultivation isn't enough, so he didn't dare to go. He wanted to ask for help, but he himself, the help he could find was limited. So he asked me to take him there. Now that you want to get the Star Moon treasure, the ancient ruin might have it. Why don't you go with me?" This. Zhai Xingzi hesitated when he heard about the ancient ruin. Just as Fairy Jing said, the ancient ruin was too dangerous. Ordinary Daoist cultivators wouldn't go there unless they had no other choice. After thinking for a moment, Zhai Xingzi said, "Let's discuss this after Qiu'er and I detoxify the poison." "That's fine. There's still enough time." Xiao Hua replied happily. Soon after, he came to his senses and hurriedly returned the small cosmos bag to Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi saw that the small universal pouch didn't leave his sight and didn't sense any spiritual sense or magic power fluctuations. He didn't suspect anything. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to copy the jade slip. Why would he need to do it himself? Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan both closed their eyes. They either activated their vital essence or vital essence to detoxify the poison. Xiao Hua glanced at them and left the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, Fu Jiwen stood there respectfully. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, En. Xiao Hua looked at the sky and said with a smile, "Are you feeling especially excited right now?" "Yeah." Fu Jiwen didn't hide it. "Junior can only see my wife for 2 hours a year, so of course I'm excited." Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and said somewhat disrespectfully, "Unfortunately, no matter how excited you are this year, I'm afraid you won't have enough time." Fu Jiwen blushed and smiled. "Senior, has Fairy Jing left?" "Yeah, she's gone." Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Some people are very smart and can always be melancholy without rain. Stupid people like you and me are unable to reach that level. It's fine if this old man is stupid, but I've never seen you. You clearly know that this kind of marriage is impossible, but you still wait for it year after year. In the eyes of a smart person, this kind of wait is not worth it. Where is Senior? Fu Jiwen faintly smiled. Since Fairy Jing has left, she must have realized that Senior is as stupid as this junior. Perhaps. Xiao Hua stretched. Everyone has their own choice, and everyone has their own path to walk. Bystanders can't force them. Yes, this junior understands. Fu Jiwen lowered his head. After a while, he quietly said, "I wonder who these two seniors are. One is a late-stage nascent soul Daoist master. The other is a Confucian master who has refined his spirit back to the void." Xiao Hua said indifferently. "But they're also a pair of ill-fated Mandarin ducks." Ah! Fu Jiwen was really shocked. He didn't expect that the two poisoned people had such a great background. They were both people that he couldn't compare to, so he couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. "What's so strange about it?" Xiao Hua glared at him. "You'll be such a person sooner or later, as long as you walk your own path." Yes. Fu Jiwen was sweating profusely. He was only at the 2nd level of essence energy. He was far from the upper 4th level and 5th level of essence energy. Even if he had this ambition in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Last time, this old man saw that the inscription you used was very strange. Aside from being able to form sentences and chapters like ordinary inscriptions, it can also form formations. Has your cultivation improved in these past few years? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and a restriction covered the two of them. Back then, Fu Jiwen still hid some things from Xiao Hua, but now, he was sincerely convinced of Xiao Hua's abilities. He only pondered a little before telling Xiao Hua about his cultivation. It had to be said that Fu Jiwen was also a genius. In addition to being familiar with poetry and books since childhood and condensing the noble spirit, he had also comprehended the Dao sect's cultivation method. In particular, he had obtained an incomplete talisman cultivation method. At that time, Fu Jiwen didn't know much, but he liked these strange things. Therefore, while condensing the true qi and refining the essence into qi, he had also tried these powerful things. Who would have thought that he would hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck when the noble spirit in his middle dantian condensed into something that looked like a page of a book? This book page seemed to be a seed, a golden core, and even a tortoise shell. However, Fu Jiwen's cultivation was still shallow. Although there were some simple inscriptions on the book page, the inscriptions were faintly discernible. Moreover, the outline of this book page was already incomplete. It was very damaged, like a mulberry leaf that had been swallowed by a silkworm. Although Fu Jiwen still didn't know what this book page in his middle dantian was, he did know that this thing was extraordinary. Therefore, Fu Jiwen called this book page the Heavenly Book. In particular, because the book page condensed from the noble spirit, although it also looked like a Confucian book page, it was different from ordinary cultivation. Fu Jiwen didn't dare to tell anyone and could only explore and cultivate by himself. As Fu Jiwen continued to understand the Heavenly Book, not only did the book page of the Heavenly Book slowly become complete, the inscriptions inside also gradually became clear. At the same time, more inscriptions appeared for Fu Jiwen to comprehend and use. According to his own cultivation of talismans, Fu Jiwen began to impart these inscriptions according to these inscriptions. In addition to the unique attack and defense methods, he also used different inscriptions to form different array talismans. These array talismans could be used for both defense and attack. The degree of defense and attack was different according to the array talismans. When he was in the Bronze Pillar country, Fujiwen used the inscriptions to form an array talisman to cover his body. In recent years, Fujiwen's array talisman technique had made progress. The offensive array talisman that he used in the past had a new change. It could be formed into 36 array talismans with different power to be used together. Fujiwen called it the Tiangang talisman array. Now, he was comprehending more array talismans, which was the Earth Demon talisman array that he had not yet completed. Senior, please take a look. While speaking, Fujiwen's genuine chi surged around his body. One by one, the inscriptions flew out. These inscriptions danced slightly and formed a flying sword that was more than a foot long. The flying sword was overflowing with layers of inscriptions and wisps of noble spirit drifted. The sharp sword edge looked no different from a Dao sect's magic weapon. Fujiwen said with some pride, "This is the latest discovery of this junior. This junior has tried it and its power is not small." With that said, Fujiwen waved his hand. The flying sword rushed out with a roar and landed on the stone wall. Shua. Like penetrating a piece of tofu, the flying sword went straight through the stone wall. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised, "This kind of noble spirit is the source of the Confucian cultivator's noble spirit and is used in the Dao sect's way is rare, especially the heavenly book in your dantian. If this old man does not expect, in the future, if you cultivate properly, you will definitely reach the peak of 5 Qis unification. However, as for how to cultivate, this old man still needs to carefully consider for you." Hearing this, if Fujiwen missed it again, then he was really a fool. Fujiwen almost did not hesitate to kneel on the ground, kowtow, and said, "Disciple Fujiwen is willing to become a disciple of Benevolent Master. Benevolent Master, please guide disciples' cultivation." Hihi, Xiao Hua laughed and said, "This old man and you are quite fated. Last time, I had the thought of accepting you as a disciple, but you may not believe this old man." This old man also laughed and felt that we were not fated to be together. "Who would have thought that I could meet you here? Especially you can be loyal and devoted, which is quite to this old man's taste, so, this old man will accept you as a disciple. Many thanks, Benevolent Master." At this time, Fujiwen was really lonely and felt that there was nothing in this world that he could trust. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not abandon him and even accepted him as a disciple, faint tears flowed down his face. He respectfully kowtowed 9 times and shouted, "Ari, what a pity." Just as Xiao Hua reached out to help Fujiwen up, Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan walked out of the wooden house behind him. Gusu Churan had a strange expression, looking at the world's simplest apprenticeship, and sighed. This concubine heard that Fujiwen is a Confucian cultivator, and that he is so faithful to his wife. This concubine wanted to accept him as a disciple, but who would have thought that Daoist Master would be 1 step ahead of me? "Fairy, you are not just 1 step behind." Xiao Hua helped Fujiwen up and said with a smile, "This Xiao has already formed a relationship with Fujiwen. You are 1 step behind and 1 step behind. How can you accept him as a disciple?" "Hihi, Fujiwen." Gusu Churan actually looked at Fujiwen and said with a smile, "Although Daoist Master Xiao knows some Confucian cultivation methods, you can rest assured that what he cultivates is definitely not the orthodox method of the 100 schools of thought. Although this old man has been banished to the hidden immortal continent, this old man was originally a soldier of the Immortal Palace. In the future, I will definitely return to the Immortal Palace. You are a Confucian cultivator. If you accept this old man as your master, not only will you be able to cultivate the orthodox method, you will also be able to step into the Immortal Palace. You have to think clearly. Are you willing to accept this old man as your master?" Fujiwen respectfully saluted and said carefully, "This question, actually Senior doesn't need to ask. You should already know the answer. Why make things difficult for Junior?" -13. Chapter 3701. Haha, what a smart kid. Zhai Xingzi laughed, took out a jade eye and handed it to Fujiwen. "This is a cultivation method that I obtained in my early years. It's useless for me, so I'll give it to you. Thank you, senior. Fu Jiwen didn't care whether he needed it or not, and hurriedly took it and bowed. Gusu Churan was a bit embarrassed. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and said, I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring any imperial tools. In fact, the imperial tools of the Immortal Palace are really good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's okay if you don't have any imperial tools. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Fairy, just take out one imperial tool refining method. Daoist Xiao is really good at scheming. Gusu Churan pursed her lips and smiled, but a moment later she took out a jade eye and said, I really do have one here, it's a greeting gift. Thank you, senior. How could Fu Jiwen not know that Xiao Hua wanted it himself? He hurriedly took it and prepared to give it to Xiao Hua. Zhai Xingzi asked again, fellow Daoist Xiao, what is the pure young ancestor? Have you seen it? Hearing this, Xiao Hua was immediately on guard. He said with a careful face, I haven't seen it yet. But it's already mine, so fellow Daoist Zhai Xing shouldn't think about it. Zhai Xingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't understand. Xiao Hua's cultivation is higher than his, and he is thousands of years old. How can his expression be so rich? Actually, I'm also very curious. Gusu Churan smiled and said, Star-Lord Hall, speaking here. Gusu Churan apologetically stopped and said embarrassedly, I won't talk about Star-Lord Hall. I also want to know what kind of treasure the Immortal Palace took to lure the Dao cultivators of the hidden Immortal Continent into a trap. Okay. In fact, Xiao Hua was also curious. After all, it was one of the 3 great treasures of the Jade Pavilion gathering. Moreover, it was the last one to appear, so it had a huge gimmick, pure young ancestor. Xiao Hua really couldn't think of any treasure that deserved the name of pure young ancestor. Xiao Hua opened the jade box and took out the jade eyes. After a moment, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan were confused. Zhai Xingzi suppressed his curiosity and did not ask. Gusu Churan asked, Zhenren Xiao, what do you mean? There's no other reason. Xiao Hua said with a smile, opening the inscription chain requires the true qi of a Confucian cultivator, and there are also requirements for the control of the true qi. If there's even the slightest mistake, the inscription chain will explode, and the things inside will disappear. Hehe, I knew it. How is it possible for a pie to fall from the sky? Zhai Xingzi mocked himself. This old man doesn't have the confidence to open these inscription chains. I'll leave it to you. Xiao Hua handed the jade eyes in his hand to Fu Jiwen and said, help your master first. Me? Fu Jiwen was surprised, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took the jade eyes and looked at it carefully. Gusu Churan smiled and said, if you are not confident, then let me help you. Or, it won't be too late for me to help you after I recover my cultivation. It doesn't matter, I can do it myself. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, it's just that I want to see Fu Jiwen's background. Fu Jiwen looked at the cultivation method for an entire meal, then handed the jade pupils over to Xiao Hua, an eager expression appearing on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Hua simply didn't ask any more questions. He tossed the jade box in his hand and said with a smile, you open it. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen took a deep breath, and a huge vortex appeared above his head. The awe-inspiring qi rushed into the vortex, and then Fu Jiwen opened his mouth, and hundreds of inscriptions flew out in a very orderly manner. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as these inscriptions appeared, they immediately flashed with different lights. As the lights flashed, the inscriptions also made strange sounds. When the sounds fell into Gusu Churan's ears, a kind of surprise arose spontaneously. Fu Jiwen raised his hand and put his index finger and middle finger together, as if he was making a sword gesture. Quick! As Fu Jiwen chanted the incantation, the hundreds of inscriptions rushed toward the inscription chains in the jade box. The inscriptions were only a few feet away from the jade box. The chains of inscriptions inside the jade box seemed to have sensed something and instantly shone brightly. Wisps of clouds emerged from between the inscriptions. Immediately, several chains of inscriptions began to circulate within the clouds, as if several dragons were roaring in the clouds. Shua! Fu Jiwen urged the inscriptions to rush into the jade box. In the blink of an eye, the inscriptions were divided into several parts, and each part covered an inscription chain. Moreover, the inscriptions were a little slow at first, but gradually they became similar to the inscriptions' chains. In the end, they were almost exactly the same as the inscriptions' chains. Fall. Just as Fu Jiwen urged the inscriptions to circulate in the same way as the inscriptions' chains in the jade box, Fu Jiwen shouted. Boom! The hundreds of inscriptions immediately turned into array talismans and fell into the inscriptions' chains. Zilla. An unpleasant and obscure sound came out, like the friction between flying swords. The hundreds of inscriptions were like ants falling between the inscriptions' chains. Separate. Fu Jiwen saw that his formation talisman could easily fall into the inscription chain, and his face was filled with joy. He reprimanded again without hesitation. Swish. Like the sound of rain hitting banana leaves, the inscription chains fell from the jade box one by one like dead insects. Good. Others may not know, but when Gusu Churan saw this control of inscriptions, she couldn't help but applaud, and even said with great regret, "What a pity." It seemed that it was a great pity that she couldn't accept Fu Jiwen as her disciple. Good. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, and gently opened his mouth. Puff. A sharp sword cry sounded, and a green light seemed to break the restriction formation under the inscriptions. Immediately, a hot and sharp green light gushed out from the restriction formation, and wherever the green light passed, the void was burned and cracked. Tai he green light. Seeing the slightly familiar green light, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be happy. He opened his mouth again, and the flying swords of Tai Wei Greenlight and Tai Yi Greenlight fell into it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Tai He Greenlight seemed to have spiritual chi, and rushed into the air with the flying swords of Tai Wei Greenlight and Tai Yi Greenlight, revealing a red and delicate object in the Tai He Greenlight. This is innate fire essence. Zhai Xingzi didn't know how powerful it was, and when he couldn't see it clearly with his naked eyes, he released his newly recovered divine sense. As soon as his divine sense scanned the object, it was immediately burned by the object, and even cut by the sharp Tai He green light. Zhai Xingzi immediately thought of the legendary object. No wonder it's called Pure Yang Ancestor. Gusu Churan was also shocked. Its innate fire essence. How strange. Xiao Hua smacked his lips. He knew better than anyone that innate fire essence, innate gold essence, and innate jellyfish couldn't be wrapped with divine sense, and couldn't be taken away by ordinary techniques. Therefore, even when Kong Hongwu said it was Pure Yang Ancestor, he didn't think that it was innate fire essence, because he didn't think that the Confucian cultivator had any means to take innate fire essence, let alone put it in a jade box. Zhai Xingzi felt lucky and said, "Luckily, that old man Huode gave himself away first. If he had hidden for another half a year, I would have given him the innate fire essence when I saw that I couldn't use it. When he finished refining it, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be his opponent." Xiao Hua didn't answer Zhai Xingzi. With a wave of his hand, his mind wrapped around the entire jade box and the scattered restrictions, sending them all into the space. As for the Taihe green light, Xiao Hua had already absorbed it into his middle dantian, fusing it with the sword intent of the 9 stars soaring the sun for Xiao Hua to refine. Fellow Daoist Zhai Xing tilde Xiao Hua received the innate fire essence and was very happy. He smiled and said, "This Xiao has great use for it, thank you very much. Since this Xiao obtained it, I hope you won't be empty-handed. What's your decision now?" "Go, Zhai Xingzi." Gusu Churan smiled and said, "Now that we've reunited, although I don't know who forced us to drink the forgotten love water, it's obvious that their strength is far beyond ours. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Immortal Palace's law enforcement envoy. If you want to stay with this concubine forever, your strength must be raised. Only after you reach the out-of-body realm can you negotiate with the Immortal Palace and make the Confucian family compromise. Ian, what you said is very true." Zhai Xingzi nodded. "My cultivation hasn't improved for many years. If I don't go to the ancient ruins to gain experience, how can I break through the bottleneck? When my cultivation recovers in the next 2 days, I'll immediately go with Daoist Xiao. This concubine also wants to go." Gusu Churan didn't hide her attachment, In the future, this concubine doesn't want to leave Zhai Xingzi for even half a step. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and smiled. He originally wanted to pull a late nascent soul cultivator, but he didn't expect that the other party would give away a Confucian cultivator of the lower 5th level for free. This transaction was really interesting. Timpate. Gusu Churan pouted and snorted, saying to Fujiwen, is your wife coming out tonight? Yes. Fujiwen's face was slightly red as he replied. If possible, why don't you take out the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal and let this old one take a look? Gusu Churan asked, perhaps this old one can give you a surprise. Fujiwen was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the Thunder Amplification wooden box from his body. After opening it, he revealed the jade crystal inside. Gusu Churan didn't reach out her hand. Instead, clouds flashed above her eyes, and circles of golden brilliance rotated in her eyes, falling towards the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a cup of tea's time, her face still didn't change. When she withdrew the clear eyes technique, she shook her head and said, this old one's words were too big. This old one can only see that this is indeed the Immortal Palace's Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, but as for which punishment palace did it, which law enforcement envoy controlled it, I can't see. 13. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,